Hello everybody. Check out if everything is alright. Dock. YouTube live control panel. It should be here. Selection. There we go. And this will be giving me some info. See how many views. All that's missing on this control panel is the likes, which you don't see. And also gives me the status of the stream. Make sure that it's always excellent. And here we go. Got a few things that we're going to listen to today. In an hour's time from now, we'll have a few stations, a few number stations from Russia to check out if we can hear them at 2120 and 2140 UTC. So in an hour's time, we'll have these. We'll have three frequencies to tune for the M12 Morse code Russian number station. That's going to be interesting to check out. Of course, we'll be monitoring pirate radio activity, checking out what's out there. It's a perfect day for that here in Montreal. It's cool and rainy. It's really the perfect time for radio, honestly. Also going to talk a little bit more about a lot of SSB voice contacts that I made this week. I'm kind of tired of FT8 because FT8 gets boring over time, and I thought, well, let's go at it for SSB voice, and I need to set up FLDG for more digital modes. Also have fun with different things that I haven't done yet, like PSK31 and stuff like that. I think it's gonna be cool. So everything seems to be right, and so we can of course start. And today also we'll have our drawing of 2 Canadian International DX Club memberships to all of those that have donated in the last 2 months, since the beginning of April, since the last time we did a drawing, basically. And it's going to be at the end of the day today, because we'll add, if anybody donates today that I don't have on my list, I will add you to the list of names. We have 28 names right now. So if anybody today gives a little something and is not on my list, you will be added, and we'll have, of course, 2 Canadian International DX Club memberships to give away. And of course we'll talk about the next Zoom meeting that will happen in June also. So anyways, lots of stuff as we're preparing to start this live show. So cheers, Belgian Moon, Belgian ale, white ale. So cheers everyone. Went to see a concert last night, which was kind of nice. I went to see Murray Head. For those that don't know what he did, I think the most famous thing he did was One Night in Bangkok in the 80s. It was like a big hit. But he's got a few things. He's like, Jesus Christ Superstar and stuff like that. It's actually a ticket that was given to me last night. I didn't pay for it because I don't know him enough to pay for a ticket. But my nephew had an extra ticket and said, "Hey, want to come to the concert?" Sure, it's free, no problem. And I actually had a really good time. I really found Murray Head, 79 years old, and the guy, man, is amazing on stage. He doesn't look 79. He walks, he talks, he's very out there. It's pretty cool. So, anyways, this is not a concert review show. It's a live show. My face is a little red because it's always the same thing on this. There's always the automatic balance that's in there. Configure video, white balance. I remove the automatic white balance thing and try to balance it out in a way. Saturation. I guess saturation maybe like this should be better. Here we go. Maybe missing a little bit of color, but yeah, it's okay. It's fine. Here we go. So, yep. Okay, so everything's all right. So, hey everybody. Nice to have you here on this Saturday. Here in Montreal, it's a rainy Saturday. It's about 60 Fahrenheit, roughly. It's 15 degrees Celsius. So it's around 60 Fahrenheit. And rainy. One of those gray, rainy days. A little cool this weekend, but we're going to have some hot weather. We're supposed to actually go up into the 90s this week in Montreal, so it will be our first real hot days. It won't last long, but tells us that summer's there. We're already in June. It's incredible when you think about it. We're in the summer propagation mode now. June, July. With the solstice coming on June the 21st, something like that. Longest days. It's kind of interesting. It has very unique propagation conditions, and we'll talk about that. And it's going to be kind of cool to check out what's there if propagation holds. We are into kind of a geomagnetic storm watch right now. There is a possibility of severe geomagnetic storm, possibly tomorrow. G4 class solar storm or a geomagnetic storm, which means auroras visible at a pretty far south. So we're going to have to check that out. I believe here tomorrow is still going to be cloudy, so we won't see anything, but we're waiting for the impact of a huge solar flare, which was almost X-class. It was not X-class, but the fact that it was very slow, took it went on for 3 hours. The CME that's being sent from the sun is extremely powerful. It's very fast moving. So this is huge. I mean, it's traveling at 4.3 million miles per hour, or in 1,938 kilometers a second. So this means it's powerful stuff. It's going to be interesting to see what happens with that, and when it's going to hit. When it's going to hit us also. This is going to be very, very interesting to see the effect of what is going to happen. So, nice to have all of you here. My name is Gilles. I'm located in Montreal, Quebec, Canada, northeast part of North America. We are here every Saturday at 20 hours Universal Time. We talk about radio, tune radio, and have fun with radio, answer questions. If you're new to the hobby, or even if you've been into the hobby for 50 years, there's something for you here. Definitely. It could be just being, with other people that just love what you do. It could be, you could be learning something even after 50 years. We don't know everything. And of course, we are probably one of the best gangs, the most, relaxed, and probably the friendliest of all the gangs. I don't know how many times I went to different, groups, YouTube channels, stuff like that. And I gotta say one thing: a lot of groups need a little cleaning up. It's kind of not easy for everybody. There's always a small amount of trolls that are kind of not really cool, and what happens is that I tire easily when a group is not moderated enough or well. It gets tiresome because you have these trolls or these useless comments that you're like, well, you know what, maybe you shouldn't be in a radio group. And I hate that, so I'm not part of a lot of groups because of that. It gets on my nerves super quickly when too many stupid comments are there. So this is what I like, and this is what's fun with our group. Is it's moderated to a point that it's it's not a prison. You can speak your mind, but we kind of weed out the the stuff that we just don't want to see, that is kind of tiresome, that other groups have. And what the result is, a fantastic chat room here that you can join, say hello to everybody. We have a fantastic Facebook group, more than 4,200 members that go along and just go along very well and just have fun, sharing what they're doing and what they're listening to and the radios they have, maybe new radios they purchased. So it's definitely cool. And this is what makes this group special. And so you can join, and of course after the live show, when the chat room is gone, you can go to the Facebook group and join there and have fun too with other people that just want to have a great time together. So tomorrow, Jeff King says tomorrow is National Yellow Radio Day. Well, I got one here that probably qualifies. It's a little orangey, but it's kind of yellow. The PL 368. But I have an emergency radio here that's yellow somewhere. I'm trying to find it among all my radios. I still have a box full of radios that I need to really like clean up. I want to the shelf. You see part of a beginning of a shelf here. This shelf has so much junk on it that I need to clean it up and put radios there. It would be kind of a nice thing to look at the same time. By the way, I'm hearing it not too bad. 17016.8 KPH Marine Station in Point Reyes, California. 17016.8 and CW. And there are many other frequencies, but this one's coming in. That's the best one here right now. So KPH out of Point Reyes, California. This is an activation that is done only on Saturdays, and it's the Maritime Historical Society. They're a little hysterical too, but the Maritime Historical Society that actually puts this on the air and operates the old transmitters of KPH and also KPS. There's even some Navtex bulletins being sent out. So it's kind of cool. It's kind of cool to check it out. Definitely something to check out. And you can look at the Maritime Historical Society. Here we go. Just going to try to put the page, I can find the page quickly. Okay, Maritime, here we go. This is the page, radiomarine.org. They have all the info about KPH and KFS reactivation. So this is a cool thing. So here's the page to this, which is pretty cool. So welcome aboard, everybody. It's nice to have all of you here. Like I said at the beginning of the show, through the super chat here, you can give a donation, help me out. Monetization has been pretty crappy, and so this truly helps me out, and of course ensures that we continue having live shows every week, and maybe surprise shows that I'm thinking of doing throughout the summer at different locations. Doing them with my phone and in a park, or this year I'm gonna definitely have a few of those going on with portable radios and see what's out there. Maybe tune the bands together and stuff like that. But outside of here where there's too much noise. So super chat is one way, and of course if you don't want me to feed to death, there's a pizza fund and cat treats fund for Paul through PayPal also. That is here. So here's the PayPal where you can send that. It is much appreciated. Does definitely help a lot, and I want to thank everybody for donating. And don't forget, today if you donate and you were not on my list here, of all the donations since the beginning of April, which was when I did the last drawing, you will be in the possibility of winning a CIDX membership. 2 of them to give away today to all those that donate. Okay, Richard Wagner, nice to have you on board from Northeast Illinois. I think it's a little hot, 676 Fahrenheit, according to your... Reminds me of these weather channels when the display goes wrong and the shows outrageous, temperatures. Probably 67.6, I would guess, is what you wanted to say. Having fun with the SI 4732 radio. Yeah, I need to do more videos on it. I didn't have a lot of time. I have a lot of stuff going on, but I need to make a few videos, including updating the firmware. I know there's a new firmware for mine, so check it out. It's definitely a surprising little thing for the price that it is. It's thinking about it when you look at what we had in the 80s as radios, and you're like, wow, this is just unbelievable what technology is bringing us today, and at a price that's just mind-boggling. It's pretty crazy. Master Players Radio and Television, WA5107 SWL, Morgan City, Louisiana. Nice to have you on board. And I'm going to show you guys a little something that I have purchased last week that I made videos, but I'm going to go and get it a little later, and we're going to talk about it to have a little review here. That $13 radio that I talked about last week, that was at the local electronics surplus store, Addison Electronics here, and they had quite a few of them in the shelves, actually. So it is definitely interesting. When I say that the reviews have to match the price, well, it's decent. It's not perfect. It has one big flaw, but apart from that, it's decent. It's going to get the stations, most of the stronger stations on shortwave, and it's surprisingly good on medium wave, and it's okay on FM. But for $13, it has decent sound. So it's I'm surprised. For $13, I was expecting something close to a piece of junk, and got something that's actually much more interesting than an actual piece of junk. So this is cool for that. For the little radio that I purchased last weekend. It's kind of interesting that they still sell some of these things. I don't know where they got it. I mean, the box, literally, the radio box is a white box with some paper with a picture of the radio glued on top. It doesn't have a brand name, really. Although I've seen that some people said, well, I got that radio branded this or that. So I guess it probably has a brand sometimes. But, I mean, there's no brand on the radio itself. And so you're like, okay, this is kind of a radio coming out of nowhere, put in a white box, and we just slapped, a little sticker with a picture on it on the top, say AM, FM, 10-band radio, whatever. And it's like, oh, okay. But, yeah, I enjoyed using it and having a good time with it. More videos will be coming up, and a full reel review coming up, too. Master Players Radio and Television, nice to have you here. Bobby Burgess, WA5107 SWL in Morgan City, Louisiana. John K9, WXX, Woodstock, Illinois. Mike B, nice to have you here from Bayfield, Colorado. Rotten Animal from Toronto, nice to have you on board. Andy New, nice to have you here. M7CUN from Bristol, UK. Considering buying one of the SI 4732. I mean, for the price, you'll have fun. That's where you gotta think about it. Jean Arrache, salut, j'espère que tu vas bien. Nice to have you on board from Saint-Hyacinthe, Quebec. Valtz, nice to have you on board from Latvia. YL30I, and really nice to have you here. Hope you're having fun with ham radio. Rusty Rails, nice to have you on board. Megan Bruns, nice to have you on board from Colorado. Or Megan, I don't know if I pronounce it right. Jeff King, nice to have you here from Jacksonville, Florida. Rusty Rails is in Arkansas. René Charbonnier, bonjour. Nice to have you here from the Netherlands. PD3RKD. Nice to have you on board, my friend. Mike B, I hope that we have Mr. Paul sighting today. Hopefully. He's in the bedroom, but he's slept all afternoon, so I wouldn't be surprised that he would drop in at some point. Usually he goes to bed before the live show, but now he's been sleeping for a couple of hours, so he might be getting up soon. Megan says, I need a Mr. Paul sighting today. 1 year ago tomorrow, my Spock kitty crossed the Rainbow Bridge. We're going to try to have him appear. I'll try to force him if he doesn't want to. Skipwave DX, nice to have you on board from the Catskill Mountains of New York. 804 Marty, nice to have you here from Virginia. TVDXer, salut, ça va bien, j'espère que tu vas bien aussi. Perry, nice to have you on board. YZFR1 Biker from Sherbrooke, Quebec. Yeah, that's what I was talking at the beginning of the show. There could be a big geomagnetic storm. They're expecting a G4 class, which is very strong. So we're going to see what happens tomorrow. It's expected to be tomorrow. 54 Cal, nice to have you on board from Northwest Pennsylvania. And said Fanny found a green LED MLE 30 Plus. Just got it hooked up. So, yeah, there's a couple of different colors. There was one with white. EJC, Eric. Nice to have you here from California, KB6 VPI. Rob's Radio Channel, nice to have you on board, my friend, from UK. And no problem. Don Royal, WA7330SWL, nice to have you here from Sun City, Arizona. John Beckham from Northeast Florida. Old Radios, nice to have you here. CQDX. Chuck Schreiber, nice to have you on board, and 5 KVO from South Texas. Old radios says I'm in my dad, so I probably won't be saying much this week. No problem. But you're watching, you're here, so cool to have you on board. Joseph, what's up? Looking forward to tuning the bands with it all on the Texan PL680 and the Burkett BC 125 AT. Art Dodd, nice to have you here. Art, K2ADC from New Jersey. Tim, Texas, nice to have you here. K5TGS. We have Anders Gustafsson, nice to have you here from Sweden. Volts says, good to hear about SSB. I use FT8 on 6 meters because that's what needed for DX. For HF, try to do SSB for regular QSOs. Yeah, I try to do DX on SSB. It's tougher. I guess I like it for that because it's more difficult. You have to fight the, especially I'm not a big station, and you got to fight the pileups sometimes. But my rate of success is quite good on SSB for stations from all around. To give you an idea of stations that I contacted this week, just gonna check my logbook. So there was my logbook. Here we go. So Spain, Echo Bravo 3 Alpha Mike. I had a station from France, 3 stations from Italy. I had a station in Belgium, Romania, Ukraine, Russia, Kazakhstan, Faroe Island, the Expedition, all in SSB voice. And one that was very interesting, Victor in Ukraine. We've had a contact every year for the past 3 years. And he's the kind of guy that likes to talk a little, so we did talk a little while doing the contacts. And he was actually sharing that it's one of the first times where he feels that he's not safe anymore, which was kind of touching. And he ended up, with his contact with me with, God bless Canada, and thank you for all the help that you're giving us in Ukraine to fight Russia. So it was kind of it was a touching moment, basically. The other years he didn't seem too concerned about anything. Now it's like it's not the same anymore. So we're gonna cross our fingers for sure. So I had all of that. I had Finland. I had the Slovak Republic. I had Sardinia. I had the Republic of Kosovo, and I had the United Arab Emirates. All SSB. All SSB. So that was cool. That was cool. And in the pilot, it's surprising how, like Faroe Islands, which is a the Expedition, the pilot was huge. That one is on 17 meters. And I got to say that, it didn't even take, I think at the 3rd or 4th call, he heard me and asked me. I think what helps is the fact that a lot of the stations that contact are from the United States, so they'll have a K or a W, and when I go out with a Victor Echo 2, it kind of sounds like different from everybody else, so it kind of attracts attention. The fact that I'm from Canada, but I'm gonna do more this week. I don't want to do FT8. I want to do something else, and I want to do more SSB. Definitely this week. Even tonight, after I do all the stuff that I need to do, later tonight, and propagation was amazing. 20 meters was pretty much open all night. My contacts that I made this week, just to give you an idea, I went from 0 to 47. To give you an idea, that on the 27th, from 0 to 47 UT, which is about 10 to 11 p.m. here. And that one was Kazakhstan. and I made constant contacts with tons of stations in Europe, including that Ukraine contact, until 0600 UTC, which is 2 in the morning here, and 20 meters was wide open to Europe, so probably to the North Pole with the propagation conditions. Old radios, I cannot totally hear my broadcast. My dad is blasting the TV and I can't find my headphones. Bob's Old Records, nice to have you here. Vaults made a contact with 9 Kilo 2 Germany Romeo on 6 meters. SSB, that's a good one. That's a pretty good one. That's a very good one, actually. 9 Kilo 2 Golf Romeo, which I believe is a Kuwait station, if I'm not mistaken. Robert Varner, nice to have you here from New Jersey. KC2TEL. Atari, nice to have you here. Bod DXH Data D221. It's a sweet little radio, honestly. I think you're gonna have a lot of fun with it. I always have mine close, and having the weather band is really, really cool to have that on it. Nicole Phillips, nice to have you on board. Cheers, drinking an old speckled hen beer. So nice to have you here, G6PGV. Well, cheers, Nicole. Endines from Pennsylvania. David P. Miller from New Jersey. Old radios worked all day, walked 22,000 plus steps. That's good. I need to do more. I want to this summer I want to kind of, get in better shape. Kev Michael just ordered a Panasonic RF 3100. It looks like a good radio. Baron Saturday, nice to have you here. Mike WX50, Northwest Arkansas. Kevin Michael is in the Pacific Ocean. Shortwave Archive, nice to have you here from Colorado. Been super busy on Saturdays. I'm glad I could join today. Well, I'm glad you're here today. Paul in Vermont, AA1SU, VT Radio. Nice to have you on board. Cool and rainy here. Just woke up from a nap. It's kind of a perfect day for that. It's like it's so grayish dark outside and the coolness of the weather is like, you feel like going and taking a little nap. So, John Beckham charged about 20 radios yesterday. Charging time. Master Players Radio, free speech unless if you're being told to shut up, you're crossing lines that you don't want to go. You don't want to cross. Because it's pretty much free speech here. Yeah, that's one thing that's true. That's something that I need to talk about. June 1st is the official start of hurricane season. So this is going to be interesting to see what's out there. Now, where I wonder what could happen and what are the frequencies. So we know we have the Hurricane Watch Net that is done by amateur radio. But there was a lot of FEMA frequencies, and there's been a lot of shutting down of a lot of things on the FEMA side, the Federal Emergency Management Agency, and I'm wondering where and what the impact on some of the FEMA HF frequencies will be this year when hurricanes hit. So this is going to be something interesting to look at. But for the most part, Hurricane Watch Net is something to look at. Actually, I'm going to share it here. The official start of the season is tomorrow. HWN .net. I always forget what's the HWN Hurricane Watch Net. Now I got this. Got to be careful on the internet to not type anything wrong. Hurricane Watch Net. It's hwn.org, because .net had a different thing. Here we go. So this is the Hurricane Watch Net, and check it out. This is where you'll know when the net is active for hurricanes. hwn.org. And the two main frequencies that are used pretty much most of the time for the Hurricane Watch Net, 7268 nighttime, 14325 daytime, sometimes both at the same time. And it's always something interesting to listen to when hurricanes are, close to the land and on land. So when it starts getting problematic, the net activates, and sometimes it turns out into interesting listening. It's almost like being there sometimes. Atari, this has got to be the most entertaining broadcast for shortwave listeners of all time. Thank you so much. Dave Newmeyer, N0KM, have a yellow Jeep, but no yellow radios. You gotta have a yellow radio and match the yellow Jeep. Mr. Stonegrove, nice to have you on board from Stockholm. And been about 20 degrees during the day with Stockholm Maritime taking place. A few degrees cooler now, of course. Here we have our big bike weekend. It's like a bike marathon that lasts 3 days. We have a nighttime ride, a daytime ride on Saturday, and then the big one is on Sunday, I believe. I used to listen to the comms, the communications there. They used to have amateur radio operators for the communications. I should take out my scanner and check out if it's still happening. They're still using some of the amateur radio operators to help out. Same with the marathon, the Montreal Marathon. Old Radios wants to buy 60s AM shortwave pocket radio since I don't have one like that. Joseph's got 17016 nicely, just down the coast. Shortwave Sarge, nice to have you on board. Good afternoon. Kevin Michaels got NMC, Point Reyes, California, 8764-13089. Jim Gordon, nice to have you here from Denise, Scotland. Has been warm but rainy days. Nice to have you here. What else was it? Humphrey Lange, nice to have you on board from Scotland. M7 BFL, pretty cool to have you here. Shortwave Archive, heard KBS World Radio on 15575 this morning with a good signal. Never understand why they use that frequency for North America. Well, in the summertime, it's a good frequency most of the time. The biggest problem with that frequency is that they don't change it in the wintertime. And that's the biggest problem, is when we get into September, October, usually we lose them. I actually kind of understand a little more. I've heard a broadcast talking about it. Actually, it was, I think, on Wavescan show. They were talking about the fact that the station on 15575 KBS World Radio isn't really doing well. So what they were saying is that they only have one antenna that is capable of reaching North America. From that antenna, they are limited to the 19 meter band only. So 15575 is the only frequency because it's the only band they can use. So that's why it never changes. And with the results, but they've started relaying over WRMI, and you know what? They could keep 15575, but honestly, I'd like to have an evening broadcast in English on WRMI. Why not? For a program listener, if it gave a good signal through North America, it'd be great. But yeah, 15575. Summertime usually is good, but in the wintertime it's bad. Because, it comes through the North Pole. You got to remember that South Korea is broadcasting north. Goes all the way through the North Pole to North America because it's the shortest, best path to broadcast. North-south signals are always better. But the problem is that the North Pole in the summertime is in daytime, and that's fine. That's why 15575 works. But in the wintertime, North Pole is constantly in darkness. So it doesn't propagate well, 15575. Jeff K, N2ZNN, nice to have you here from New Jersey. Nate Van Gelder, nice to have you here from Northern Ohio. We have, let me check it out here as we continue down. And we'll have something to listen to in 20 minutes time. M12, Morse code, Russian number station that we will check out. Okay, let's Dev Newmeyer has 1701 and 6.9 lower sideband. Yeah, when you're in sideband, the best thing to do is to go either above and tune lower sideband, or a little below and tune upper sideband. Kevin Michael's got 15 megahertz WWV. Fred Waterer, nice to have you on board, my friend. Diversity. We're talking about radio, shortwave radio, and radio of all kind. Scanner radio, but a lot of international radio here. And tune the bands and check out what's on. We've got some stuff coming up, including some Russian spy number station in Morse code. So welcome aboard. Where are you located? Pedef Barrett, nice to have you on board. And this is my Saturday nights. Well, cool. Toast and love, nice to have you here from Southern Canada, Alabama. TNUS, nice to have you here from Switzerland. We have Mike WX50, Loud Swiss Radio International. Yeah, the two Bobs. Jeff King, a lot of radios are made and unbranded until some company pays to stick their name on it. I've got several that were sold from a brand, no brand markings on the radio. Darren Rogers, nice to have you here from Long Island, New York. Dada Guinness, nice to have you here from Cyprus. Used to do DX listening back in the day in the 80s or so. M Stacks, nice to have you here from Berkeley. Robin and 6RLS, nice to have you on board. Kev Michael says out in the Pacific Ocean, China, on 40 meters, 49 meters, all over the place. The Guinness says, used to listen those Cold War times, propaganda transmission. I'm from Finland, but not in Cyprus. Cool. Jeff K, KKD 8665 is CB license from 1966. Are they still licensing? Nope. No license anymore for the CB radio, at least in North America. N5COP, Frank, just curious what logging software you're using. I actually don't use any logging software, and the only logging that I do I do online actually is through websites like QRZ.com for my amateur radio stuff. But out of that, I don't really log anything in any software in any way. If I would probably just, open a blank Word page and log what I'm listening to and just save it as, loggings with the date and time, and that's it. not necessarily using any specific software. Rusty Rails took your advice, took my radio to local park here in Redfield, and with the help of my directional antenna, I was able to pick up 35 stations in Arkansas and one in Tennessee, 540 to 1710. Cool. Cool. At 1 p.m. But it was pretty cool. There's a lot of stations. Shortwave Archive. Shell, your video on the radio T26 was interesting. That was my second shortwave radio until I got my XH data D808. I have a recording somewhere of Radio New Zealand on that radio and on tape. Yeah, I need to post my review of it. I got it here in front of me. Not the best radio, but I finally decided to keep it. Why return it? It's going to be part of my collection. Two broke Tim. I haven't heard radio van in Cuba in quite a while. I guess they're broke. Well, the antennas and transmitters aren't. I mean, the transmitters are Soviet era. They're actually, probably in really bad conditions. The antennas were damaged by a hurricane last summer, so they don't have anything to fix. I sometimes get a carrier on 6,000. Somebody was mentioning 2 weeks ago on the Glenn Hauser's I.O. group, World of Radio I.O. group, that he heard them with bad modulation, but it was clear in Spanish on 15230. So they're trying, but it ain't working very well. Jeff King says, I had a Facebook friend from a radio group in Ukraine 3 years before the war started. We kept in touch even as his city was being bombed, and nothing since about 2 years ago. Yeah, it is sad. Keegan the Xer, nice to have you here from Northwest Arkansas. Welcome aboard. Cherry Coca-Cola, and you'll play cherry yogurt. Great. Great. What else do we have? The desk reverb when I put my glass down. Yeah, it's like my amplifier. The microphone arm has springs on it, so I guess the springs act like the reverb on a guitar amp. And since the microphone's pumped up quite high, probably getting every single little, thing that I do on my desk. King and the X are listening through my Sony CFD 510 stereo tuned to my C-Crane FM transmitter as my headset broke after one too many falls. Yeah. J Projects Cothan Net is another good one for hurricane season. U.S. Coast Guard, Ops, AL, and Voice. 5732 upper sideband seemed good for night. So yeah, definitely. Sean Arash, what is the best weather for good propagation? In the shortwave spectrum of frequencies, there isn't any... Weather doesn't affect really much of the shortwave bands. It's a frequency range that isn't affected by rain or snow or anything. It's more on the higher frequencies. The higher you go, the more the effect could be there. But on the shortwave side, we have all of these theories of people saying, oh, well, snowy winter night or snowstorm is always better, or not really. It doesn't have any effect. And it's difficult to, because I understand why maybe sometimes people will put oh, it's raining, it's better tonight, an example, because it might simply be that it was raining one day, they tuned the radio on, and it was better than usual because propagation was good. But the weather itself in the shortwave range has pretty much no effect. The only thing that is different in the summer is we'll get the static crashes from faraway thunderstorms that might be on the air. Staten Islander, is it true that shortwave will be going off the air stations in the next couple of years? Oh no, there's going to be stations in 50 years from now. It's going to reorganize itself though. And a great example of who knows shortwave is important. China is the biggest broadcaster in the world now, and they are increasing their output. They're going everywhere, putting transmitters in Africa. And so it's just that some places will be left out, like here in North America, where most stations think, well, there's no use in broadcasting to North America, really. And they'll focus more on, the troubled places where access to online content is almost impossible. And where, there will be broadcasters just focusing on those areas where radio is still extremely important. But in 50 or 100 years from now, there's still going to be broadcasts. It's just that, places like here in North America will probably not have much happening. Also, there will be when I see the future of shortwave, I see it as a handful of transmitter sites will handle the majority of the broadcasts. Countries that do want to do shortwave will not have their own transmitters. They're going to actually rent airtime on some transmitter sites somewhere, which costs a lot less for them to operate. Shortwave archive back in the 80s, were you able to find something in English or French on shortwave in the middle of the day? Seems today there's not much until sunset or early morning. In the summertime, it's much more difficult. In the summertime, it's always the bad time. The ionization is so strong on the layers of the ionosphere, with the sun very high up, that there's a lot of absorption going on. So, noon, 1 a.m., 2 p.m., noon, 1 p.m., 2 p.m., around that time, usually it's extremely quiet. And propagation gets better as you go in later in the day. There's also the effect that there's more stations broadcasting towards us later in the day, and early morning. I'd say that in the winter time, I do get quite a lot of stuff in midday because propagation conditions are different. And the summer, it's always been rather quiet. Even in the 80s, my main shortwave listening was much more in mid to late afternoon than midday. Usually, I'd have that morning rush of stations. Kind of a quiet moment with a few signals, but not very strong in general. And then there would be more stations coming back, like in the mid to late afternoons and evenings. What else do we have? Look at this. Is there any pirate shortwave stations anymore? I used to listen to some, only remember Radio Caroline name from boat. There are tons of pirate stations. There's a lot of activity of pirate radio, both in Europe and North America. There is a great website that you can check out for that I will share here, which is HF Underground. So they have one part of board for European pirate, and there's, of course, the North American shortwave pirate. And usually when something pops up, they usually will very quickly show up. So hfunderground.com is the place to go for pirate radio activity. Quite a lot of activity. It seems like since the pandemic, it's been even more active suddenly. Luna Loud Maggie Lincoln, nice to have you here. Kamikaze 76, nice to have you here from West Michigan. Kev RJ88 Dakota, nice to have you here. Last night I actually found no less than 9 different frequencies active between 6800 and 7000 with mostly rock music. 2 are AM, the rest SSB. So pretty cool. Cathy Thee, nice to have you here from Northern California, being from Massachusetts. I will tune to 10:30 with the hope, by some miracle, that Cathy is going to hear WBZ. I expect it to never happen, but they say never. Absolutely. You know, it gets, you got to get just the perfect conditions, basically. Let me just check it out here. I missed out a few. Jeff K, thank you so much for the donation, for the tip and the super chat. Much appreciated. Fred Waters says Santa hogs all the KBSDX. Keeps it for himself. John, does anyone know of a good phone app for shortwave schedules? I haven't checked. You know, I should check more, but one of the best that was on Android is not being developed anymore. So most of the time, it isn't working on the newer phones. Is there still shortwave schedules? I don't know. Maybe people can share it on Android. If I go to shortwave schedules, what does it bring me? It brings me no. It doesn't even bring me any apps per se here, which is sad. If you guys want to try, number station coming up in a couple of minutes. So we're at 58. Tune to 17458. So I'm going to put it here. 17458. CW mode. If you don't have CW on your radio, 17457 upper sideband or 17459 lower sideband. This is going to be M12, which is a Moscow, Russia. Actually, apparently, is kind of from St. Petersburg. Number station and Morse code. So it's a spy number station. Probably sending some coded message to an embassy somewhere. Or who knows, a spy in the field somewhere. So it's coming up in a couple of minutes. Hopefully we're going to hear something. 17458 is the main frequency. If you guys want to try it out to see if we hear the Russian spy station. It's going to be interesting to see if it's there. Yeah, I'm hearing it. It's weak, but it's there. It's weak, but it's there. If I look at the... but I can hear it. I can hear it, definitely. And if you don't hear it, don't worry. In 20 minutes, there's another frequency. And in 40 minutes, there's a third frequency if there's traffic. So maybe you'll hear one of the three. So I'm hearing it, not very strong, but I'm hearing it right now. Roger C., nice to have you here from Ireland. Capt PD, nice to have you here. KF4UKK. Virginia, nice to have you on board. What else do we have? PVM. What antenna do you use for shortwave? I've got two antennas. My Yaesu that you see here, and that's what the screen is showing, my Yaesu FTDX10, is a half-wave and fed antenna in the backyard. And my ICOM here has a MLA30 magnetic loop on it, and is better at lower frequencies. So each have their own best frequencies. You know, usually what I do, 10 megahertz and above, I'll use the Yaesu. 10 megahertz or below, I'll use the ICOM, which is better usually. Sweat cuts, nice to have you here. Completed a 49-1 balun. Pretty cool. Pretty cool. That's what's on my half-wave infant antenna in the backyard. Keegan, wish YouTube stuck to banner ads instead of interrupting video and pushing the chat up and down. Yeah. Thing is the video ads are much more, give me much more money than just banner ads. Banner ads give zero unless somebody clicks on it. So it's better to have video ads. PBRSTG, nice to have you here from Northern Green Mountains of Vermont. What else do we have? Shortwave Archive says the two Bobs are one of the last people at the SRI Strassenberg transmitters before its closure in '98. Jim Gordon loves the D808. Excellent for DXing in the park. Absolutely, very sensitive. Definitely. John from Northeast Ohio, nice to have you here. Fred Water, Jill puts his drink down with authority. There you go. It's actually because the microphone is extremely sensitive right now. Oh, I haven't seen that, Richard Wagner, that there's one that puts the AIBI into your... that's interesting. I'm going to have to check it out. I haven't played enough with it. I need to play more and make videos. Endines used to enjoy old speckled hen when I lived in the UK. Now he's got a Guinness. RJ Dakota, weather doesn't have much of an effect except for static electricity from lightning. John Beckham, I still find the thrill of shortwave listening around 15,000, 17,000. Oh, there's a lot of stuff there. There's some fun stuff to go through and check out. Shortwave Archive, I have to give Cuba credit for trying to stay on shortwave with their aging equipment. Most shortwave radio stations would have quit. Their equipment was in the condition of Cuba's. Yeah. SWL Signal 23, nice to have you here from sunny Florida. Justin S., nice to have you here. So what else do we have? Oops, took the wrong one here. What else do we have? John Ash, noise floor is too high. Shane, nice to have you here from Oregon. Tosinlo doesn't hear it. Robert Varner hears it, but very weak. Shane's has a Texan PL680. That's a great little radio. Okay, Michael, I can hear number stations from China and East Russia. John, can anyone recommend a small portable antenna for medium wave DXing? You could try the Texan AN200, which isn't too big. It's I guess portable enough. With your radio, heard 17458 for a few seconds, then gone. WF7I Omru, nice to have you here, Bert in Virginia. Try the number station from Russia. 17458. It's not very strong, but it's there. I could hear it. I could hear it weakly in the noise here. Yeah, still there, very weak. Very weak. It's barely audible in my radio here. You gotta really listen carefully. Pimperson, does letting the ads run through completely benefit the streamer? Yep, they do. PR4470, if I remember correctly, I think you did a broadcast from your patio a few years back. You still do that? Nice to have you here from Texas. Yes, absolutely. And as when the weather is perfect, I will be doing some from the patio. Absolutely, definitely, it will be something that I want to do. To Rogue Tim, MLA 30 Plus is all I use. Great antenna. J. Warrison 69, nice to have you here. Dustin Love, the small loops work pretty good apparently. Yep. Dan V, nice to have you on board from Ohio and AWJZ. And as we're listening to the soothing sounds of a Russian number station, don't forget that you can give me a little something through the super chat, which is greatly appreciated because the monetization has been very bad lately. And you guys help me a lot. And don't forget that we're doing a drawing tonight. I will be picking up 2 names of everybody I've donated since early April until today. And you have the chance of winning one of 2 Canadian International DX Club memberships. The CIDX is a club that's been around since 1962. It has a monthly bulletin called a Messenger, which it's pretty much an all-you-can radio type publication. Utilities that I actually have the column, amateur radio column, broadcast band column, AM radio, medium wave, QSL column. There's a amateur radio column. There's a pirate radio column. There's all sorts of technical information and so on. So and there's a monthly Zoom meeting also. It's a great club to join. So this is going to be a drawing a little later today for everybody that donates, either through the super chat or through the pizza fund. And Paul the Cat treats. And you know what? If somebody says that he wants that donation to go Paul the Cat all the way, I will make sure that he shows up in the live show today in some way. So hope you guys come through. Thank you so much for the donation. Don't forget, all the names today that are not already on my list will be added, and we'll draw 2 names for CIDX memberships. So thank you so much. Thank you so much. So, Sweatcats, which band works better on either 49.1 and 9.1? Well, that question actually depends on also the length of the wire that'll be on the ballon too. So it's both together that will give you a way of understanding what bands are going to be. So, for example, I don't remember the length of my wire, my end fed, but my end fed is with the 49.1 ballon is resonating technically from 80 meters all the way to 6 meters. It's technically 40 to 6, but my radio actually does tune 80. A 9 to 1 ballon is more for receive only. A 49-to-1 will be often put for a transceiver because it matches your antenna, your wire, with the 50 ohms of the transceiver. Where the 9-to-1 is often much more to match a receiver, not a transceiver. But all of that is depending on the length of the wire that you're going to put on the balun too. It's a whole. For example, when I put my V-shaped antenna, my radio was able to tune 160 meters through the 49.1 balun. So, and there's also 60. What is it? There's a 49.1 and a 60. Is it a 69.1? There's some, or 64-to-1 balun for transceivers too. So let me go down. So, okay, we just heard, I think it stopped because I don't think I hear it anymore. So the next, we're going to actually tune already the next frequency. Sometimes we hear peeps showing up that kind of tell us that the frequency is going to be active. So the next frequency to tune, which will be in 7 minutes from now, 16234 CW. 16234. Now I've got a tone here, which what I'll do is I'll just go to CW lower. Nope, it's even there. So what I'm going to do is use the notch and remove the tone with notch filter. There we go. Notch filter is there for the tone. Hopefully it's not going to be blocking out the Morse code. So 16234 CW or 16233 upper sideband. If you don't have CW mode on your radio, 6 minutes from now is another M12 number station transmission. I just heard tones. These are probably the tones from the transmitter that's testing before it's going to transmit in a few minutes. So I'm pretty sure we're going to hear that one maybe better actually than, might be better actually than the other one. Shortwave archive, did you try to catch those Vesti FM tests from Moldova transmitter? I did try a little bit. I didn't have a lot of time and forgot a lot of those tests, but I did get a weak carrier on 17505, nothing more, unfortunately, for these transmissions. So I want to thank through PayPal Gerald McNeil and also Arthur Dodd for the donations. Much appreciated through PayPal also. So thanks, guys. Much appreciated. Kathy, thank you, Jill, and everyone here. I learned of KPH. I had the honor to visit the station last Saturday. Fun to hear the CW today, knowing exactly the radio. Cool. Cool. I'd love to visit that. Must be really, really cool. Michael Wells, nice to have you here. Well, to hear Morse code from the Russia, the conditions are not too bad. If I look at the K index here, Just look at the K index right now. The K index is at 2.3, which isn't too bad. And the CME is supposed to arrive either later tonight or tomorrow. So for now, conditions are decent. Sweatcats, thank you so much for the donation. Much appreciated. Paul the Cat College Fund. Paul the Cat will soon be a lawyer so that he can sue every human that did not give him the amount of cat food he wanted. Tosanovia could be very good auroras if it holds true. John, are we past the solar maximum? It's hard to say. It's too early to really say. So let me just do a few things here. I'm going to add I don't know if I have. Okay, here we go. I had a few names here from so Paul Video Radio. There's another name to add to the list. Make sure everybody's on the list for a little for winning a CIDX membership. So, like I was saying, it's a little early to know. We are for sure close to the peak. Are we past the peak or not? We won't know until probably the end of this year. Some say we might have reached the peak in December of last year. But the good news is that when you're at the peak and then it goes down, it takes several years to go down. So we still have quite a few years of good propagations before we get back into the lower part. So, let's enjoy it as we can right now. But it's still not clear if we are actually past maximum or if maybe we are in the maximum now. It's a little quieter right now, but that's solar max. It has ups and downs. It goes down, gets quiet, then rises again and has some really strong activity. So we'll see, probably have a clearer idea of it by the end of the year. Thank you so much for the donations, Justin S. Much appreciated. I'll add you to the list here of a donation of a drawing. Justin S. There we go. A couple of names added. Kevin Michael, how do you decide number stations? Oh, it's a great website. I'm going to share it with you guys. You'll be able to see the schedules too. So in a minute, 16234, guys. Schedules come out of this website called Preom. Preom is the number stations. You have schedules there. Not everything's there, but a lot of stuff is there. So, 16234, will we get M12 number station out of St. Petersburg, Russia? Yeah, it's there. Unfortunately, I think the notch is on it. So it's there. It's not very strong. Let me try something else here. Put the notch down. It is there. It's not very strong, but it is there. 16234. Number station M12 out of St. Petersburg, Russia. It's 16234, Joseph, not 239. 16234. So if you're in upper sideband, you should be at 16233 actually. Go to 16233. So not bad, it's there. Just going to continue here. Okay. Just go down. Kevin Michaels as radio beacons 328 kilohertz. Swatcast Balun I made as a counterpoise wire attachment. What does a counterpoise wire will do? It's to balance the antenna, because especially in a transmitter, a end-fed antenna is one of those antennas that has a huge RF feedback in the shack if it's not well balanced. So in my case, what I did is I actually, and it seems to work really well, took the counterpoise screw and just put a short wire to the big metal shed in my backyard. I just kind of, it's not a ground, but kind of grounded it to the metal shed. And it works really, really well. And it is important because what you're going to put there is going to lower the amount of RF coming back into your shack on a transmitter. Now, if you're using it just for listening, it's not that much of a problem. But if you're transmitting with it, like I do, it is important. RJ Dakota, there's something interesting always advertised on YouTube called Rapid Radio. I don't know about much about it, but I think it's legit. Talking from one coast to the other with a tiny antenna. Okay. Amy's chili mac and cheese bowl. Now you're making me hungry now, Keegan. John, I wish manufacturers would include CW mode on portable shortwave radios. Yeah, most don't, unfortunately. Oh, it's still pretty active, Tusselnoff. The sun is up there. 6925 upper sideband, most old record says not sure what's on yet. Let me just check North American shortwave here. Anything here? Nothing yet is showing up in the listings for now. Oh yeah, WDOG AM mode 6925. Let me try that out. WDOG 6925. Yeah, I'm hearing it here. It's not very strong, but it's really in the noise. But WDOJ Pirate on 6925 AM right now. And let's go down here. Still going on the number station on 16234. Still going on. It's definitely for that reason, like Two Broke Tim says. It's like CW, it's probably not, especially if you buy a portable, it's probably not, what is something you're going to listen to. John Robson, CW. So anything else? Let's check it out. London 19657. Thank you so much. Tuna pizza with extra anchovies. Okay. It is there, very audible. London 19657 says, evening all, I'm late. Just got home from a wedding. So you're missing out on a Russian number station on 16234. That is, it's making it here. It's not very strong, but it's making it here in Morse code. Rockin' Rods is getting a good audio on upper sideband 16233 Northern New York. Tosin Love thought I heard it, but nothing now. Keegan, pepperoni pizza or cheese pizza with jalapenos? I would try both. Well, pepperoni is my favorite, but I would try the cheese pizza. It must be good. Ardot says Rapid Radio is a internet 4G based two-way radio that depends on cell towers. It's like the old Nextel system, works nationwide. It's a subscription service. Oh, interesting. Unique name goes here. I've not tried it too. I have the Chinese clone of the first one, but I've not tried the Malahay DSP2 yet. Nope. Mike B, yeah, well, just before the live show started, I was tuned to 27025 upper sideband. Actually, just AM, and there was tons of stuff happening on the Super Bowl channel. John H, yes, homemade pizza, absolutely. When I make homemade pizza, it's like, oh God, it's heaven. I have a bread maker machine, and it has a recipe for pizza dough, and oh God, it's just so good. Making your own pizza is definitely good. Talking of CB radio, it's very interesting. This week, while tuning the CB bands, I actually came across several days in a row it seems to be some kind of I would guess some kind of construction company that on channel 32 seems to be doing its business of getting trucks in and out of the where they're working and stuff like that, and it really seems like a business is operating on channel 32. It's so weird. It's like, oh, why are you doing this on CB radio? It's so weird. But then again, why not? You know? Vegan DXer. Who knows? Someday maybe we'll meet up and have a pepperoni pizza. You never know. Swatcat says, according to Rapid Radio's website, no monthly fees, no subscription. That's kind of interesting. RJ Dakota, Panasonic used to manufacture a lot of those bread making machines. I used to sell a few of those from our downtown store. I have one. Mine is a, what's the brand of mine? I forgot the brand of mine. Oh, it's a Black & Decker. The one I have. I've had it for 10 years at least, if not more. And people always ask me, why a bread maker? It's not that difficult to make bread, you know. And I know, but the bread maker has one advantage. You dump everything inside it, and you just let it do its job, and you got a bread. So it has its advantage. Yeah, London 19657. Pizza toppings, it depends. It depends on everybody. It depends on everybody. UTV and Ham, KD9 WNV. Nice to have you here from Wisconsin. My toaster oven also is a Black & Decker, and my toaster is also a Black & Decker. I got at least 3 Black & Deckers stuff in my kitchen here. Yeah, I'm hearing Led Zeppelin. It's a little stronger now, 54 cal, 6925. I'm hearing the music. So there's one last. I don't know if they ended with 3 zeros. If they did, there will not be a transmission. But there is a one last we can try for, and 8 minutes. If there was more traffic, the M12 number station from St. Petersburg, Russia, will be on 15814. 15814. So this is going to be interesting to check out. I'm going to leave it there. Sometimes we hear the beeps of testing a few minutes before. So 15814, if you hear some beeps, that means that you're hearing what is probably a test before they actually do the transmissions. So we're going to check it out. Our dad, I like CB radio, but it's hard in the United States to get someone who talks normal. It's a shame. It's a great resource for communications. You know what, Art? This is what I like here on Channel 20. I talked about it in the past. I came across that by accident, and they let me into their private group. There's Catherine Tedesco, thank you so much for the donation through PayPal. And you were already in my list here of people that could win one of the subscriptions to CIDX memberships. So cross our fingers. Thank you, Catherine, for the donation. Friday night, there's a Howl's Net on Channel 20 upper sideband. They are there every night, and you know what? The group is extremely active. If I listen on Channel 20, there's almost always someone every Friday night, and they're not just Friday night, every night, and they're super interesting. They're very technical. Some of them are hams, and actually use modified ham gears to on Channel 20. I was invited to it, and I couldn't go. They had a buffet restaurant meetup about 2 months ago. 70 people showed up. I mean, CB radio is dead apparently. It doesn't seem like it, because 70 people showed to the buffet. It was like, wow. So they are all pretty much up north of the city of Montreal. The first time I got a conversation with them is I was by accident. I was, you know, when you're bored and you're kind of trying to see what can I do tonight to not be bored. I took my Burkett 980 SSB out, plugged it in onto my CB antenna. It's a mobile CB antenna on my metal shed. And I thought, let's, listen. And on Channel 20, I came across these guys. And I knew they were far out, like at least, they're a good 25 to 30 miles out of the city. And I didn't think I would make it, but I did try. I did, breaker, And to my surprise, one of them said, oh, there's a breaker in the background. He's not very strong, but he's there. And said, go ahead, breaker. And I got in, and I told him there were 3 or 4 of them hearing me, not very strong, but they were hearing me. And so I was surprised. I never thought I'd make it like 20, 30 miles away. Especially with that, I always considered that CB antenna in my metal shed, to be kind of a crappy one. But they heard me, and they added me to the group. they got a kick out of. Some of them saw my live show that I'm doing here now. They got a kick out of that, and they like it because on Friday evenings, even though most of the time I'm not set up to talk to them, what I'll do is I'll make a video of them talking on the Yazoo here to kind of give them an idea of how strong I'm receiving each station. And I post a video on their Facebook, the private Facebook group, and they're always kind of really cool. And they always tell me, hey Gilles, it's nice to you to listen to, and you got to join us. And one of the guys one day said, you got to modify that Yazoo to make sure you can talk to us. And but there's that. And there's another group that is in the city. They are much closer to me. They usually are very strong on channel 16 lower sideband. And it's kind of interesting. It's like, no, CB radio is not dead. There's much more than you think. I actually put batteries in because I want to make a video and see if anything can happen today with that. I have my 40 channel TRC 216, I believe it is. It's full of batteries right now, fresh batteries. And my idea, because I talked about it all the time, that when I was at my teenage years, I would often go to the park with my 3-channel realistic TRC 214 or something, and try to make contact with somebody. And how many times I made a contact with either a CBer in his car that would reach the park, and we would just talk about radio or CB radio, or other kids, and I would tell them where I am, and I'd meet up with other kids. So I want to do an experiment, 2025 experiment, and actually make the video. I'm going to bring my tripod. I'm going to bring my phone to make sure that you guys can, see me doing the exact same thing that I did in the same park, and see, is somebody out there going to answer me in 2025 if I kind of call out on a channel? And I'll try different channels, and I want to make a video of that. I think you guys are going to love that. And who knows? Will there be somebody? I don't know. But it's possible. So let me go down here. So a minute from now, I don't know if there's going to be anything. 15814 CW. I didn't hear any tones, and it's possible it's not going to transmit if there's no traffic. RJ Dakota, yeah. It's kind of one of those things where the brand doesn't mean anything anymore. John H. wants some cooking classes on shortwave radio. There is one on Radio Romania. You can make Romanian dishes. Anything there? Yep. 15814. Very weak once again here, but it's there. Check out here with the SDR at U20. Yeah. From the U20 SDR in Europe, it's very strong there. We know that this from St. Petersburg is actually targeting Europe. So probably somebody in Europe has some interest in whatever the broadcast is on this encrypted Morse code. And Philange says M12 ended at 28, sent TTT, which are the numbers for 000. It's interesting because they're on now, so usually when they end 000, it means there's no traffic, but I guess they're there now. Madeline sent kits, bought a Ethon Elite Executive Radio, but my Texan PL330 has better reception. I'm new to this. Maybe I need to read instructions twice. There are two different radios, and it's possible there is a difference. Maybe, I don't know how they're set up. Maybe there's more interference on one than the other. Do you use them plugged into a wall outlet, for example? London 19657 grew up. Think B plus D were a British company. Huh. Black and Decker. Yeah, I don't know where. Honestly, I've we actually kind of just go with, oh, it must be a brand from the US or whatever. But in reality, I've never checked it up. Where, I guess everything's made in China today from all of these companies, but, Luna Loud, Maggie Lincoln uses the PL330 to decode FT8. Yeah, that works great for that. John, since the FCC authorized FM on the US CB band, is it getting much use? I don't know. Honestly, I really, really don't know. I can't say, even through Skip, that I've heard any CB, FM CB on the regular bands. All the FM CB that I've heard was transatlantic from Europe. Above the 27405, above channel 40, or even below channel 1. Yeah, it's good. Art, I think it's a question of maybe sometimes we don't. I say it all the time. How many times did I say here? You got to be patient and go slowly and take the time. These guys have been there for a few years now on channel 20. I discovered these CB guys a year ago, a year and a half ago, in a bored Friday night where I was wondering what to do in my life. And I mean, these guys sometimes stay up until 2 or 3 a.m. in the morning talking. And I stayed up till almost 3 a.m. that night just listening to what they were saying. They're very technical and very, I mean, I've heard better conversations and technical conversations on Channel 20 with these guys than so many ham radio bands with people chatting around. So, it's something that is definitely interesting to look at, because you might not realize at first, because you got to go slowly. I mean, these guys, they weren't very strong into my CB radio. I noticed them because I was on AM mode. One was stronger than the others, and I could hear something, and I thought, oh, this sounds like some single sideband. And I punched in the upper sideband to see if there's something, and that's where I started hearing them. And I was surprised. So sometimes, I mean, the activity is not like back in the 80s or 70s. You don't hear tons of local guys on the CB radio, but there are people on CB. And you know what? It's when you take that time to go slowly and check it out that you realize, you know what? There's people out there. It's just I gotta go slower and make sure. Of course, I live in a big city. It's easier to have people in a big city for that. But if because in rural areas it might be more quiet. But it could be very surprising who you're gonna hear on the bands on the CB. I can tell you that. UTV and ham, KD9WNV. When I travel, CB radio is on and not dead. Not much to listen to until road work or accidents. Sometimes truckers will have a long conversation, and some use amplifiers. Yeah, truckers. You know, here in the wintertime is the fun. There's a fun part to CB radio. The crews that actually remove the snow removal crews in Montreal, so they have their own system, of course, but they need trucks where the snowblower will blow the snow inside the truck that's going to go dump the snow in the quarry here. These guys are regular, you know, big trucks that have CB radios in them. So they all have a CB radio in those. So basically, they coordinate where the snowblower is by asking, okay, where's the snowblower? I don't know where it is right now. And they're going to give the position, what street and near what intersection. And so they help out, and they have, it's, you know, guy talk. So there's, you know what guy talk's all about. You know, what do, apart from where's the snowblower, what do you know, construction kind of top guys talk about? Well, whatever comes to their mind and whatever they see on the street, you know, it's guy talk. But I find it kind of fun because it kind of puts up a live aspect to CB radio. So often what I do is when there's a snowstorm and then the snow removal crew is going here, first of all, I tune because I know if they're coming soon to the street where I am. And second is like, you know, it's a, let's put it this way, a colorful conversation going on with those guys, and it adds to the excitement of there's stuff to listen to out there. Often I'll tune one of my portable CB radios because just for the fun of it, and when you look on an SDR, what's also interesting is the way the snow removal crews are. Is there's different areas of the city, and they're all doing it at the same time, but they each hang on a different CB channel, and sometimes you'll hear 4, 5, 6 channels that has conversations. Some are weaker because they're in streets that are further away, but you know, it adds to the fun of CB radio listening. And I kind of like that. Every winter when the snowstorm is announced, it's like, oh, this is going to be cool. Going to be some CB stuff to listen to. The Win 1960. Nice to have you on board. Nice to have you on board. Let me just find where I was. So it's pretty cool to allow all you here. Nate Von Gilder. Everyone installing AM on CB band here. Take care, UTV and Ham. John Robson transmitting now. Yep. Ardad, the last comment on Rapid Radio. They charge $50 a year for incurred costs. Okay. Shortwave Archive. I should ask Voice of Mongolia if they would do a cooking show. That'd be interesting. David in Barcelona. How are you, my friend? How are you? Kev Michael got 15814. You could, Kev Michael, you could use Morse code decoding software, but it's encrypted 5 letter groups, something like that are being sent out. Our the bands are doing better today. Yesterday was horrible in New Jersey. Duck, nice to have you here. Short of Arc, I've also heard the Voice of Mongolia interval signal very weak in Colorado today. 14 UTC on 12015. Oh wow, that's cool. That is very cool. This is a tough. Mongolia is a tough DX target. I haven't heard them direct from Mongolia in a very, very long time. Dustin Lowe, 15814, fairly strong for a few seconds and it was gone. Yeah, probably they didn't have. So it confirms that our friend here that said there is like 000 being sent out. It maybe they just like went on to say that there's nothing. So it was very short transmission. Swatcats, greatest film about CB is none other than Convoy. Steve Burnham, FCC has approved FM on CB radio. Yep. Mustafa Harafat, nice to have you here from Bangladesh. See your video frequently. I want to share something about myself. May I get your contact details, like email or something? Yes, you can send it to Official Shortwave Radio. Official Shortwave Radio at gmail.com is the official email for correspondence. Smokey and the Bandit. Smokey and the Bandit was the typical CB radio era thing. It was CB radio and Smokey and the Bandit go together hand in hand. It's just that. Okay, Michael, I recently saw a AM and FM CB radio at Walmart. I believe it was a Cobra. So, that's interesting. RRT08, nice to have you on board. Harold Anderson, nice to have you on board from Norway, LB1NH. Pretty cool to have you here. Nick Hansen, 2E0TNH, good evening. Tostenlove, here's some strong VFO swishes on 15814, but no CW. It could be a some Kodar. It's not impossible. There are some up there in higher frequencies. Art says, I'll give channel 20 a listen on Friday with an SDR. If you use if you go on some of the SDRs here in the southern Quebec, you probably will hear them on one of them. I should make a live show that you know what? I should advertise on their Facebook group that I'll do a live show and tune them in. It would be late though. It had to be on like at 03 UTC. I believe that's the time they start. But I did get a kick out of that probably. Rotten Animal, I was at the store and bought some old speckled hen. I asked my girlfriend, are you an old speckled hen? And now you are no more with a girlfriend. Oh, man. Take care, John. 73. What else do we have? Kevin Michael says, I have no radio that goes into 27 megahertz with FM. I thought my Pro 525 did. And here I'm going to reload. My browser crashed. Chrome crashed again. What else do we have? Let's continue down. And then 19657, bring back Marine Boy. My handle on CB radio was the killer. I was the killer. Which I then went and I was also the killer on BBS's bulletin board systems. The Montreal Killer. I didn't kill anything much except bugs, but you know, I was the Montreal Killer. Wanted to look tough. Dustin Love heard some over the horizon radar on 15814. Yeah, there's a lot of it on the upper part of the 19-meter band. Definitely. Let's check out something here. 11785 is Voice of Turkey on tonight. Yep. It's not very strong though here. With 11785. The interval signal of Turkey is there. Let's try it here. 11785. Yeah. But it's not as strong as it could be, so propagation might be a little disturbed tonight, as Turkey is usually stronger than that here on the bands. So let's see, anything changed in the K index has moved up to 3. We're observing, and for those that weren't here earlier, there's a severe geomagnetic storm watch. A very powerful CME has left the sun yesterday, and they think it could actually create a G4 class geomagnetic storm tomorrow. The speed of the CME is amazing. It's going at it's going at a speed of 4.3 million miles per hour. That's very, very fast solar wind. This could have a major impact, honestly. So we'll keep an eye for that. It could arrive earlier than they think. The earlier it will arrive, the more dangerous it could be in terms of geomagnetic storming. So it's going to be something to look at. 804 Marty, nice to have you on board. Says, I wish all cars had CBs so I could call out the slowpokes in the passing lane and tell them to move over. Then you'll have that movie, another part of that movie, Marty. What's that movie? I never watched the movie, but some guy what kind of does comments to a trucker, and the trucker is obsessed and wants to kill them or something. Is that Convoy? What's the movie that I never watched the movie? I should watch it actually. So it's some guy that just says some bad comment to a trucker, and the trucker just wants to kill them. Because there was that movie made by Steven Spielberg with a truck. Maybe I'm mixing up my movies here. Tosanov, does FM on CB cause a lot of capture effect when there's more than one signal? It must definitely have some distortion going on. But I've not heard much in general. Donald Waddell, nice to have you here from Central Illinois, KEB9 PD. And Philangi, M12, 5-letter number groups. Brian Penny, nice to have you on board from Cape Cod, Massachusetts. Bob's Old Records. My MLA30 is terrible on CB frequencies. Band looks dead when I know there's tons of stuff. The MLA30 above 25 megahertz is not very good. And I could see it here. I can tune something on the ICOM, for example, the Yaesu on the InFed. I go to the MLA30. It's not even there. Above 25 megahertz, the MLA30, unfortunately, ain't a good antenna. That I know. Mr. Stonegrove, 11885, Voice of Vietnam, very strong. At the moment, very little noise as far as shortwave goes. Ends at about 22 UTC, it looks like. Okay. Levy Nathan, nice to have you on board. What else do we have? Matt, MDK2, nice to have you here. Ken Michaels listening to Voice of Mongolia on Longwave 279. Tosalov's got a weak carry on 11885. And in 1957 says, got a bear in the air. Peter Giacopelli, thank you for the donation. You're in my list for the possible winning of a CIDX membership tonight. So stay tuned. Don't forget, guys, if you gave me a donation tonight, you haven't done so in the last 2 months, Maybe, challenging all of you out there that never did one. Super chat is one way. And of course, there's the Pizza Fund and Paul the Cat treats through PayPal at the PayPal address that I'm giving you here. And all of you that were not on my list yet will be in the drawing later on for 2 Canadian International DS Club memberships. That includes you're part of a club, a radio club. That includes a monthly bulletin called Messenger, which is a great radio bulletin that you can get in your email box. And there's a monthly Zoom meeting where we meet up and talk about radio. Can't be better than that. So the 2 of them are going to be given away tonight to everybody that has been giving me a donation in any form. Since the last time we gave away 2, which was early April. So who knows? Andrew Galloway, nice to have you here from Ottawa. RJ Dakota, in the mid-60s, there was a movie featuring amateur radio as a future alternative to telephone. It was called The Glass Bottom Boat and was a comedy. Okay, interesting. That's interesting. Let me just try to get here. Okay. Swatcast, the dialogue that Jack Lee Gleason spoke in Smokey and the Bandit was not scripted. It happens a lot. They just go on with something that's not at all what it was supposed to be done, and they keep it because it's just so good. Donald, that was Bombardier. Toast and Love, I got pretty good signal on 78.5. Buzzle Records, I'm jealous of your memory for frequencies, Joe. This is when we talk about radio guys being in the spectrum of autism and a little out of bounds, that they're not totally normal people, that comes from that. This is why I like EIBI Space. It speaks to me. I totally understand why people go to shortwave.info and places like that. It's easier to manage for a lot of people and to find stuff. And the visuals are there. I'm the guy that doesn't need the visuals. I just have a listing in my face, and I just go. And I remember stuff, and particularly frequencies and times. There's something in my brain that just, hooks up to that, hangs on to that. It's like, okay, my brain is made like that. And I'm sure it's one of the reasons I went into applied sciences in college. Numbers spoke to me, and also the abstract nature of physics and mathematics and the context, and I apply it to radio. That's why I just, I don't know, I got the frequencies in my head. Every time we go somewhere and there's some radio guys, it's like, what's on this frequency? Oh, that's that station. Are you sure? Oh yeah. Like, don't worry. I know. But I don't know. It's the way, my brain is like that. It's the same thing that I want to tell you that at 2200 hours UTC in the wintertime, they're on 5960. It's like, it's I don't know, my brain is just like that, and that's all. Jean Arash, yeah, I went to upper sideband, but it's not super strong here as a broadcast. Well, S9, it goes to S9. And that was on the Glenn Hauser's World of Radio I/O group. There was a lot of talk of that, of why don't they move to 11790 or a little further away from the Brazil frequency? Because imagine on a portable that's not very selective, makes it hard to hear. Because 11780, honestly, that's Turkey, and that's Brazil, which is actually stronger. So they should move away a little further. But apparently what I understood is that Brazil does not register its frequencies with the HFCC. So that's why maybe Turkey doesn't know. But yet Brazil's been on 11780 for ages. Andrew Galloway, another Carrington event. Oh God, that would be an event. That would be an event. I can tell you that. That would really be an event. There was a very interesting article on spaceweather.com about 2 weeks ago, where they are examining trees, the tree rings of very, very old trees. There are trees that are like 1,000+ years old, and they're saying that the Carrington event is nothing compared to what the sun can do. And there were some trees that had carbon-19, and carbon-19 is created in the high atmosphere only when the sun's solar storms are past an extreme high level. And they're saying that it was the something like every 1,500 to 2,000 years, our sun produces a level of activity that is beyond what we've ever seen as human beings right now, almost. And they've seen stuff like 3,000-4,000 years ago, even in the sediments of the soil. And they say it's the sun can unleash amazingly strong storms, and it's crazy. So you know what? Let's hope none of that happens in our modern day technology age. But even a Carrington event storm is known that even today would create a really, really, really bad conditions. The May last year, and not this year, but May of last year, there was a geomagnetic storm. It was the strongest storm in a very long time, of May of last year. And I remember I saw auroras here in Montreal. It was 1/10 of the Carrington event. 1/10. So it was small, but still a very big storm. It's funny because I read an article that more and more farmers in their fields are using these machines that are GPS guided to, go into the fields and do whatever farming equipment does. And they're saying that during the geomagnetic storms, the machines were going haywire and going everywhere. And they were like going zigzagging and doing all sorts of weird things because the GPS signal wasn't right. So, what else do we have? Welcome back, Rob. Kevin Michael. Well, a geomagnetic storm is very unique in radio propagation. A lot of people tend to go to, I'm not going to listen to, the band's going to be dead. And it's not true. It's not exactly that. It's different. It's possible that there's most signals you usually hear normally are off the bands, they're off the air, you won't hear anything. But it often enhances north-south. And it's the best time to DX anything that comes from the south of you. especially medium wave DXers, a strong geomagnetic storm is going to wash out all the local nighttime stations you hear, but you might hear the Caribbean, you might hear Mexico, you might hear areas you never hear usually, because those will be coming in. And it all depends where you live, where you are. Like the more you are closer to the pole, the more the effect is there. Here in Montreal, it's much more of an effect than if you live in Virginia, because I'm closer to the auroral zone. And actually, when you look at the K index and its number, it's not totally black or white. The K index from WWV is taken at Boulder. At its latitude, it has a K index of that number. Let's say 3. But if you're in Edmonton, Alberta, which is much higher and closer to the poles and to the auroral zone, that same K reading could be 6, which puts you into the minor geomagnetic storm. So it really is a huge difference depending on the latitude where you are and how close to the pole you are. Should we unplug everything because of a solar storm? Well, solar storms, because our antennas are short, usually aren't going to impact anything. But it impacts wiring that is extremely long. And what does extremely long wire come from? Usually the power companies, telecommunication companies. The Carrington event of 59 was an event that triggered such high energy on the telegraph cables that some of the telegraph stations caught on fire from the sparks that were coming out of the wires. Some of the telegraph line workers were being electrocuted by the intense electricity going through the transatlantic telegraph cables, because those are so long. And of course, once again, the closer they are to the Arctic Circle, the more the impact. This is why in 1989 here in Quebec we had a power outage. Hydro-Quebec has one particular thing that not many power stations have around the world. Almost all of the power generating plants are very far north, in or close to the Arctic Circle, where anything that happens geomagnetically is much more intense. And you've got power lines in Quebec that are thousands of kilometers long from the power generation through the forest up to a city like Montreal. Add to the fact that most of Quebec lies on a big rock, the Canadian Shield, and the current has nowhere to go. So what happens is that when that geomagnetic storm hits, where does the current want to go? It's going to pick up those wires, because that's the easy way out. Electricity always wants to go to the easiest path. So those wires are an easy path. So in 89, a very, very strong geomagnetic storm. By the way, the 89, if we compare last year's storm, which was 1/10 of the Carrington event, that storm was about halfway to the 1989 storm that collapsed the Quebec power grid. So tell you once again, that storm was not even at the level of the 89 storm. And so, of course, there's a lot of things that have been added and changed to try to mitigate. They kind of learned a lesson there that, you know what, the sun can create huge issues with the power grid. And so they put a giant capacitors that can actually absorb, just like in a power supply, capacitors that absorb the ripples, because the way electricity works in the power grids is that extremely precise timing needs to be done because of the cycles, the 60-year cycles. So if there's a disruption in that cycle, all hell will break loose. It's like you're going to lose power. So back in the day, that's what happened. And one of the biggest generating plants, the turbine, the generator in there, literally melted because of increased power that was actually driven to it. So it's pretty crazy. And we haven't seen since 89 anything close to 89. And we haven't seen definitely since 1869, 1859, anything close to the Carrington event. But we know it's going to happen again. It is definitely going to happen. And the problem is, still today, because people think, oh, they must have, no, power companies don't learn. Like everything else that human does, we don't learn until we're in it. And most experts are still today saying, a Carrington event today, we're back into the Stone Age for a while. The power generation companies, transformers, are going to blow up, and the huge transformers that are made today take months to rebuild one in a factory. These are not like mass produced every day. They are produced as needed. It's not like a giant factory in China that makes 1 million of them every month or something. It's a very different thing. So, we don't want to have those, but it's surprising what it could do. Old radios, yeah, dual. Dual. Now I know. Yes, dual. That's the one. Dual. Yes. That's the one. That's a good movie. I remember that one. Mr. Stongrove, 11785, very strong, but I'm much closer. RJ Dakota, Steven Spielberg, very first movie, The Duel. Yep. Duel was good. It was really good. Already there, we could see his talent in the movie making. Nate Van Gilder, Joyride was a psycho trucker movie. He kept calling for candy cane. DVD Xer, that movie was Maximum Overdrive based on Stephen King's novel. Okay. Yeah, Duel, the first Spielberg movie. I remember that. Oh, man. John Robson has 11760 loud tonight. What's 11760? Are you sure it's not 780 you're talking about? I'm hearing a weak China on 11760 though. There's a weak China 11760. Danielson, hearing some guys talking on 8234 odd frequency band for hams. They sound possibly South American. You're probably hearing some peskies, some fishermen. 8234. Let me try if I hear something here. 8234. Not hearing anything, but they're not hams. There's a lot of those in the lower frequency. I'd say below, from 10 megahertz and below, there's a lot of those. When you start tuning slowly, and it's a bunch of guys, and you can hear like a bunch of guys talking together. I think there's a lot of fishermen out there with their boats, and they have modified ham gear, and they just get on one shortwave frequency and just talk. Often they're in lower sideband, by the way, but not always. But often they'll have conversations. I regularly hear them here. They're often in the pirate band too. When you tune the 6.8, 6.9 megahertz range, often there are some there. Sometimes I remember hearing like a pirate station on 6925 upper sideband, and then switch to lower sideband and hear somebody in Spanish or Portuguese or whatever. So most of them are fishermen, probably using These radios not even knowing what they are, and they're just doing 2A like CB radio. For them, it's like CB radio. Hanford Angie, thank you so much for the donation. I will make sure that your name is on this list for a okay. And we continue. We're now at 32 names since the beginning of the show. So this is going to be interesting. What else do we have? Tin Pizza. Voice of Vietnam. Yeah, when they were on 10.010 kilohertz. I remember that. And there was like, I wasn't there like 12.020. It was Radio Check. Says, please remember to hit the like button. Andrew Galloway, Pizza Night. Thank you, Andrew. And let me add your name for the winning of a what's the frequency, Kenneth? Yeah, REM song. Good REM song too. Donald Waddles, degree in physics. Cool. John Robson, Radio China, dominating the bands. The Stone Grove, the audio is pretty low right now on 11785. That happens regularly on Voice of Turkey, unfortunately. They often have a lower than normal audio. Tostin Love, good signal on 7880. Trevor, nice to have you here. RC played audio from the movie The Beast on the 27th. They randomly cut the audio, so anything listening was left in limbo and how the movie ended. Mike WX50, we need to start worshipping the sun again. We don't want to make it mad. Sodcats, there's a science paper on the study about trees regarding the solar flares. Carbon-19 is also a way to measure carbon dating. Kev Michael, Brazil on 3 megahertz, Radio Nova. Radio Amazon 3910 from Peru at night. Bobby Tino, nice to have you here from Dallas. Doesn't know, they should be able to tell when they should shut off the grid to avoid damage. You know, Tosinlov, there was a science gathering, and it was kind of dismissed 10 or 15 years ago, where they said when we think that something really bad is happening or could be happening, we should tell the power companies shut down the grid temporarily. And of course, in terms of the economics of it, taking out power is not a good idea. So most of the governments and most of the power grid, most of the companies operating those power stations came up with, no, I don't think we should do that. It's not a good idea. We're gonna have to shut down businesses, and that committee actually said you're better to shut down for a day than having a huge storm that will shut you down for months. And that's our take on it. And they were like, we don't learn. It's like, instead of preventing, because they were saying you shut down the power grid, it saves the big transformers that take a long time to be built. They're going to be safe, and then we can just come back online. That's all. But nobody wants to do that because, you know, you're going to have to shut down businesses and so on. It's economic. You know, people think of money. They don't think about, yeah, well, if it's really bad, you're gonna find that saving money was not a bad idea, even if you lost a little bit of money, because you're gonna lose a lot more money if it takes months to come back. Yeah, what makes it special, that Carrington event, is that it was the first, pretty much the first one really observed, and actually the name Carrington comes from the astronomer that actually was looking at the sun and witnessed something he had never seen before. A solar flare that was so strong that with the naked eye you could actually see there was a brightening of one part of the sun, which you never noticed before. So it probably was saying, oh God, this is... And there were several of the flares back to back. It's a mix of all sorts of events. Flares back to back, the cloud of particles polarity, plus the geomagnetic field of the Earth positioned just perfectly so that it has the maximum impact on it. It was really a mix of events. Strongest solar flare in a long time, mixed in with the Earth being just as vulnerable as it can be, and all of that together just created, you know, the Carrington event. DL, is important to know how exposed our grid is to a solar event. And, you know, and that's the biggest problem. The biggest problem is nobody knows that. Nobody really knows anything about all of that. That means, go on every day with the majority of the population just, focusing on their daily lives, not really thinking that there could be something like that because they just don't know about it, you know? DL says, unfortunately, grid enhancements does not generate many votes on its low. It is low on the political spectrum. Yeah. Toast and Love, I don't know if they can completely turn off the grid. Really, that might cause damage too. Well, there are ways to do it. There's ways to kind of shut off most of it and say we're just going to restart it after an event or something. There's ways to shut down a grid, at least to minimize damage. There's big talks in Quebec because they've not spent. So we got that grid go dark in '89. They said they spend money to help make it better and stronger, but in recent years, every time we have storms, big snowstorms, there's a lot more people in the dark than previous years, and a lot of the people are saying, well, you know what, the power company isn't spending the amount of money it should to keep the grid to its peak, and so there's a lot to talk about that, and a lot of people are like, yeah, so what happens next, But definitely, in almost everything, companies don't want to spend money on a possible threat that could be only in 100 years from now. I mean, the people that take care of that now are going to be dead. They're not going to be like, well, it's a hypothetical danger that could happen at some point in time. But, and you can mix in there, like maybe a little overconfidence. Our grid is fine. It's going to withstand something like that without even understanding what something like that is exactly. I can tell you, I'd be curious to see. I don't want it to happen because I think it's going to be bad. But I'd be curious to see Carrington event tonight. You guys are not going to see me on YouTube for a long time, I would guess. I mean, we're so vulnerable. And there's another thing in there, too. Is I was reading I like, astronomy a lot, and I read all sorts of papers. And I was reading a paper about, hardening the electronics. So when the first space probes were sent in space, they had hardened electronics, which was a chip that does the same thing as a regular chip we have on our radios. It was hardened. It was made in a way that it could withstand the radiation levels of space, which is not something that happens much at ground level. But they were saying that the latest telecommunications satellites are not even hardened anymore, because they figured, you know what, it works. Even if we don't harden the electronics, it works. We don't need all of those protections. It's useless, and it makes the satellite so much more expensive. But when there's a big solar storm, how many satellites go berserk suddenly out of the blue? A lot more than they want to tell us. And so the fact that they're not hardening enough the electronics of satellites, a lot of satellite stuff, a lot of things come through the satellite communication systems. And you know what? That's going to be hit hard too. Satellites are going to go dark. Satellites are going to break down in orbit. There's nothing you can do about it. It's crazy. Old radios, today is the 40th anniversary of a big F5 tornado that hits Canada. We're getting more and more of those, the tornadoes. It's and they were saying as the weather gets hotter, we're getting more and more tornadoes every year. I mean, last year I still remember the first time ever in my life that I woke up on a very warm, muggy summer morning, and my phone had a red line on top that said tornado watch for Montreal. And I was like, what? I've never seen that before, a tornado watch for Montreal. It's so crazy. Swatcast, though it was not the first film by Steven Spielberg, it was the film Fireflight in 1964 when Steven was 17. Okay. That's interesting. It's pretty crazy, eh? What the weather can do. That also. You guys got. I had several things in my life that I wanted to do when I was in college. Yeah, Radio Romania 9740, Radio Romania 9740, not bad. I wanted to be I wanted to work for Environment Canada as a weather analysis guy, a weatherman. Not necessarily be on the TV, but who knows? I could have been. But I was fascinated by weather. We had a barometer at home and had the temperature and everything. And my parents would go nuts because I'd take that and put it outside, which it's not supposed to be. And they're like, why are you doing this? It's like, I find it fascinating watching the good old wooden barometers with the needle that tells you what the pressure is, the air pressure is, and all sorts of things. And it was like the humidity. I was fascinated. I was like, this is so fascinating. I would go to the library and probably take every single book on weather and on the atmosphere and how it works. I was fascinated by that back then. I am still today. That's why I have different, one of the most amazing weather stations I have unfortunately, is out of service for a very simple reason. It's so badly designed that if I transmit with my ham gear a few days, it resets. And I find it sad because it's like a darn good weather station. And it's an accurate one. It has outside, it measures the rain, the wind speed, direction. It measures everything. And it has all of this memory on it. So it tells you, oh, this month the coldest weather was this, the hottest temperature was this, and so on. But unfortunately, every week or two that I transmit on my ham gear, it resets. And actually, a friend of mine that has one, he's a ham, said, oh, by the way, you're going to be sad because every time you transmit, that thing resets. It's too sensitive. So I find it sad because I would love it. It even has a lightning detector, which is really cool. But unfortunately, it's crappy because it just resets all the time when I transmit on ham radio. David says, here in Spain, several weeks ago, we went through a day-long outage of the country's whole grid. Official reason is the grid fell due to sources going out of sync. Thankfully, power was restored quite quickly. So the consequences weren't too serious for most people. So, you know. Rob's radio channel, do you think sun comes closer to Earth and put the whole world in darkness? Well, it's not going to come. Well, it's going to come closer in a way because as the sun gets older, it will start swelling. So the way the sun works, like every star, it burns different elements. So the sun right now is in the middle of its age, 4.5 billion years old. It's burning hydrogen. The thermonuclear reaction turns it into helium. And at some point, there's going to be more helium than hydrogen. And the sun will need to get hotter to trigger the thermonuclear reaction of helium. And that's going to go with elements to elements to elements. To get hotter, the sun will also swell. So at some point in the future, the sun's going to swell to a point where its atmosphere is possibly either going to be very close or even the Earth will be in it. The Earth will just be a big, carbon ball. There's not going to be anything here. And that's a long way off. But it's also something that I think as human beings we need to think about for the future. We won't be here to witness any of that. But future generations someday will have to start thinking, if the human beings still exist, how do we escape from the Earth and go somewhere else? There is speculation of some saying, well, that's where Mars could be cool because maybe at Mars we could do a base and be safe or whatever, or even escape our own solar system, just like Star Trek and so on. But that's still very far off. I think that's not the most pressing thing in the agenda. I think the pressing thing right now is taking care of our planet to make sure it's fine. Kevin Michael 11780 Radio Peking, now CRI. Tussin Love, we need sacrifice maybe. John Robson, can hear Radio Romania 9740. Artists like Raptor's Kitchen, nice to have you here. Michael Bogdanovich, nice to have you here. Better late than ever, absolutely. It's nice to have you here, for sure. Jim F. from Rhode Island, nice to have you on board. And London 19657 has a spacecraft. So you're going to move away from us in space? RJ Dakota, we depend so much on electricity that it could cause a cataclysm event. Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. I mean, our dependence to electricity has gone to a point where if it's gone tomorrow for months, ain't gonna work. We can't go on like that. Kevin Michael, yeah, nuclear bombs, same thing. A nuclear bomb could, you know, honestly, I would be less concerned of a nuclear bomb killing the grid than killing me, personally. But yeah, John Robson, how many broadcasters install generators now? I guess not many. You know, every time we have a power outage is one of the things that I do. When there's a big power outage, I go to the FM and AM band, see who's on the air. Here in Montreal, the last big power outage, I think of all the stations on FM, 2 were still on. The band was just dead. It's like nobody had a generator. Nobody. It was very different on the AM band, though. It seems that the AM transmitters do have one, because a lot of the AM stations did stay on the air, though. But yeah, I mean, that's also the same thing. It's like, if you can't power your transmitter, sorry. You're not useful in a blackout. Okay, Michael, CBC Calgary, Alberta on 1010. John Ross, Robert Fletcher, good afternoon. Nice to have you here from New Hampshire. I'll absolutely give EMP from a nuke is very bad. But the nuke itself is so bad that I'm not sure the EMP will be the problem. Scatter Phoenix, nice to have you here from Trail in Camp Ale, 10 Mile National Monument, Colorado. Cool. Dustin Love, I saw some tornado map recently that showed them concentrated in the southeast, sort of, and some states didn't have any. It's a very much a question of tornadoes. You know, there are parts of the world that tornadoes don't exist. A lot of them, and it's a lot of the tornado has to do with a mix of how the weather can be mixed in with the terrain, how it's built and how it is. You know, when you look at the Tornado Alley in the United States, it's a mix of all sorts of little things that make that place perfect for tornadoes. And they were saying, actually, I read something about how Ontario and Quebec, as the temperatures grow warmer, we are kind of a Canadian tornado alley. And that could be bad in the future. MDK2 Matt says, I was listening to the Edmonton-Dallas game on CHED online, and it was interrupted by an Environment Canada severe thunderstorm warning at one point. It's a lot like when the NWS breaks into the broadcast. Yeah, same thing. Like when the National Weather Service breaks into. I was listening to the NPR station here in Burlington, Vermont, one night, and last year, I remember in the summer, and they just interrupted the program I was listening to. And it's like National Weather Service is issuing a severe thunderstorm watch and blah, blah, blah. It's pretty much the same service. Radio Raising the Dead, nice to have you on board from India. I'm fine, and I hope you are fine too. MDK2, just spell it out. My name looks highlighted to me. If you do that with anyone else, it's highlighted for them, as long as it's exactly their full handle. Andrew Galloway, how is that cheap radio you bought from Addison Electronics? Okay, I'm going to take a break for 2 seconds, and I'm going to go and fetch it, and we're going to talk about it in 2 seconds and see if I can get Paul the Cat in at the same time. Micha? Tu vas venir avec moi là? C'est 50 $ là. C'est 50 $ parce que tu viens là. Non. Veux-tu avoir ta sangria? Veux-tu sa sangria? On verra tantôt. So hey guys, we got the star of the show saying hello. Ta-da! Here's Paul saying hi to everybody. And let's get here. Okay. So let's put this down a little bit. Here's Paul the cat saying hello to everyone. Ow! He's got his claws on my... So, hey there. Kitty's here for you. Promised that he would be here. Okay. So Paul the cat saying hello to everyone. I'm not sure he's happy about it, but... yeah. Paul the cat is here in the house for you guys. Hey. Yeah, look at that. He's not that bad. He's just lying down here. So, Mr. Paul saying hi for all the donations for Paul the cat. Yeah. He's actually in a good mood. So he's like, yeah, this is fun. He's liking it. He's like, you know, his master's here, so he's happy. So... I think it was surprised when I picked it up. It was like, what do you want? What do you want? There you go. Mr. Paul in the house. Yeah? Yeah. Yeah. It's the cat. The radio cat. Yeah. Here we go, babe. Yeah. So I'm going to give him some food now, okay? Here we go. Here we go. So Mr. Paul was in the house for you guys. And I'm back in a couple of seconds. Won't be long. So here we're back. Sorry guys. Hope you enjoyed seeing Paul the cat kitty, which was there. Oh man. Okay, so we were talking about the cheap radio right here. This is the radio. So non-branded, and it's a AM/FM shortwave receiver. It goes from 49 meter band to the 19 to the 16 meter band. The 16 meter band. The 16 or 19? Yeah, the 19 meter band. Doesn't go to the 16 meter band. So $13. That's about $9 US. I'm just gonna do a little something here because the door's open. Way to go, Daddy. So it was an ad that I saw on Facebook actually, because I searched for Addison Electronics something, and you know how search works. The search actually gives you what you want to see, and this popped up, and I thought, okay. So I went to the website, and it said they had 44 of those in the store. So to give you an idea of where it comes and how it comes, actually I got two because a friend of mine wants one. So she told me, buy one for me. So here it says Power Guard 10-band radio with flashlight. So I guess Power Guard might be the, and it says made in China and so on. And they slapped a piece of paper with pictures of the radio on top of the box. And this is how it comes, in a white box with this. So, of course, when I saw that it was available, I had to go and get one. And if you put things into perspective, first of all, it's heavy. This is very surprising for me. This is the heaviest little portable that I've ever owned. Honestly, I probably the speaker accounts for the weight. It's AM/FM and shortwave, 49 meter band. No, actually, not 49. It starts at the tropical band, 60 meter tropical band up to 19 meter band. And the bands are well spaced because they go really outside the boundaries of the standard band, so you won't miss the stations that are far out that today are broadcasting on the bands. It is very sensitive on medium wave. Okay on FM, nothing more. It overloads a lot here. Shortwave, it's okay. The flaw that this radio has on shortwave is that it has tons of birdies. So when you tune and there's nothing, you will hear these birdies at regular intervals on the band. And if by any chance the birdie is on a shortwave broadcaster, it interferes with it. And this is what makes it not the best on shortwave. If it didn't have the birdies, it would actually be decent. Not a DX machine, but decent. So for the price, I mean, what do you expect for $9 US? Not much. What did I expect for 13 Canadian dollars? Not much. I was actually surprised to get CFRA Toronto in the park. 620 WVMT in the daytime out of Burlington, Vermont. And the strongest shortwave stations coming. I listened to Romania. I listened to Spain. I listened to Brazil. I mean, those stations come in. But the weaker stations do not. And it's, of course, a DSP-based receiver, even though it has an analog display. So it tunes like a DSP receiver, but what's interesting, it doesn't mute much. And that surprised me. It doesn't mute much when tuning around, but it's very finicky. You gotta tune and play with that tuning to kind of center the frequency. As for the rest, is also an MP3 player. You could actually, on the top, you got all the controls, and you can actually play MP3s from a SD card, a micro SD card. And finally, it has a little flashlight that isn't very bright, but it's a flashlight. You know, when it's a power outage, we were talking about that. Could be useful sometimes. So, anyways, it's okay. You know, $13. I'm not in the mode of I wasted $13. I'm more in the mode of it's okay. What also is interesting is that I purchased AA batteries to power it, so the Kodak batteries are here. But look at the little pins up here. I can remove these batteries, and it actually will take a BL5C rechargeable battery. And you can recharge the radio with a USB cable, which is kind of unique. BL5C and AA, you choose. That I like, because honestly, AA's are easy to find. Where I put this radio in what category? You know, when we talk about a little emergency radio in your drawer somewhere that you just forget about, but you have it in terms of emergency, this is okay for that. It will do the job. It will get your AM stations or FM stations, local FM, decently, and you got the emergency radio, and you get an added, possibility of shortwave listening. So non-branded radio is actually, I'm happy to have it for $13. It's surprising, honestly. Okay. Skylar Phoenix. Yeah, RJ data. That's a few million years to, if not a billion years in the future. Skylar Phoenix, I didn't bring a radio. Wait on Jill says daytime even in the woods won't improve much. But next time bring something light. Even, you know what? Always bring a radio with you when you go somewhere like that. Even in the daytime. You might be surprised. MDK2, yeah, I got a PL368 just to take on hikes. I was taking my PL600, but even that's 600 is heavy to bring along. Doesn't love. I think most cell towers have some battery backup, at least some with generators. The problem isn't there, Tosin Love. You know where the cell towers have a problem? Is that in a power outage, everybody goes crazy and gets on their phone. So they might be powered, but they overload. Here, when we had a high storm a couple of years ago, you know what happened? I couldn't get on the internet on my phone and making calls was tough because it all overloaded. Everybody went nuts. Everybody was on their phone to replace the internet at home. They went on their phone. I couldn't even get the weather on my phone. It just hung in there trying to get data, and it was like either very, very slow or just non-existent. Muscle Records AM stations sometimes have diesel generators. The ones in town I worked in didn't. Yay, Paul the Cat. But you know what, RJ Dakota? You say that. One of the number one news station in Montreal, and I'm not joking, is a station that just doesn't have a generator, and it's one of the number one stations in. MDK2 Matt has decided to send us his picture of his cat, and here it is. Here it is. Ta-da! A black cat. I like that. You know, it's just incredible how black cats. Look at the eyes. This is not a cat. It's a panther. Look at that. This is incredible. Take care, Skyler Phoenix. Tree Pistol 7, nice to have you here. Trevor, meow to Paul. Mike B, hello Paul. Chuck, hey Paul. Matt says, Audrey says hi to Paul. Yeah, he's a redhead. Okay, Michael getting 11780 with the 1950s R&B and Portuguese. This is Brazil. Dave's Carpad Scarpa. I think I'm about taking my FT710 out in the field. What would everyone recommend for a battery? Oh, those sodium. What's it? Sodium polymer, whatever. I always forget what they are. These are the best batteries because they have a lot of power and aren't too heavy. Kathy says, hi Paul, handsome guy. David says Paul. Oh man. Let me just go here. Okay, there we go. Here's Paul. And thank you for showing Paul. I love him. I thought he was going to be mad, but you know what? When I put him on my lap, he just like, oh, no, I'm okay here. I'm fine. I'm happy. That cat loves me a lot. So I was like, if there's a moment where I can cuddle, he likes it. Oh, Paul is a very big cat. He's at least, I'd say somewhere around 25, 26, 27 pounds. It's a very big cat. And I was in the Adirondacks this week. Talk about weather. Summit of Whiteface Mountain has its own weather system. You know, Endines, we have a Quebec. The guy, I think he comes from Montreal. We have a guy that disappeared in the Adirondacks last fall, and he's a very experimented. He's gone up 46 of the highest peaks in the Adirondacks, and he went to another peak, and he I don't remember the mountain where he went to, but he went alone, and he disappeared. We didn't have any news last fall. And so it made the news here that there was some guy from the province of Quebec that, you know, was missing. And what happened is that there were rangers that searched for him back in the fall, but the weather was nasty. And after like 10 days, they stopped searching for him. They found his body remains a month ago, and there was actually this week an article that said they have no idea what happened. No idea. Did he get sick? Did he get hypothermia? Did he, you know, maybe he hurt himself? He was very, very experimented. He was like one of the guys that knew what he was doing. He had all the equipment, all of the equipment, and yet he died. And it was interesting because it was like nobody understands what happened. There's not enough clues to know what happened to the guy. And when the Rangers started looking for him, they said that the weather was so bad that at some point they just couldn't do anything, and they couldn't find clues or anything. He was almost at the top of the mountain because they found his phone was like 100 feet from the top. It was very, very close. So it's like they don't know what happened. I have no idea. So it's sad, but and man, he was young too. These mountains, I know that the Mount Mansfield, people are saying that you go to Mount Mansfield, it's like you start climbing that mountain, it's a beautiful sunny day, you end up at the top and it's like the worst snowstorm in your life. Apparently the weather can change like this in those areas. P. Otis, what do people talk on the ham radio? It depends. It goes from boring conversations to technical conversations that could be very interesting. It really depends on who you're, first, who you're going to talk to, but also what you are going to do. Because I always say it, when people tell me, I hear conversations that are so boring, I will often come back and say, so make it go on the air and make it an interesting conversation. Call CQ and make it an interesting conversation. Don't take I hear these guys talking about their prostates all the time to, it's to make it interesting. And he says doesn't have anything to say face to face to anyone. That's the nature of a lot of people are shy on AM radio. Honestly, that's why FT8's popular. It's not just because of DX. I'm sure there's half of the guys that do FT8 that just, I don't know. I don't know what to talk to. I don't know what to say. It depends on everybody. Yep, you need a license for amateur radio. Brent Sutherland says, I like the no frills packaging, pretty good for $13. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Jamie Evans, KQ4GBD. Nice to have you here. Paradoxical Cat. I've been listening to art on YouTube lately. Good memories. Stephen Harper. Just noticed this radio on eBay, $12 and up. So it's possible it must be sold online. I'm pretty sure, but man, just funny. Master Players, Bobby Berg just says voice of shortwave radio on 15770. Let's check it out. 15.
And it's fun, it's not just for the usefulness of it, it's also a fun thing to have. It's, I don't know about anyone else, but I find it very interesting to hear music from other countries, viewpoints of other...
Artist out of Crafter's Kitchen, the sound quality is nice, but there is one weird artifact on it. On AM it doesn't do it, but on shortwave with the fading, it distorts a lot, which makes it unpleasant. But on AM, it's not bad, and the sound quality isn't bad, honestly, for what it is. Robert Thompson, yesterday ordered the Texan PL300. My fingers are crossed. I had to receive it. The 330 you're talking about? Paradoxical Cat has the Ethan Grundig G6 and Texan H51X. These are great radios. The Texan is particularly. Andrew Galloway, I'll be in Colombia for the month of August, taking my Seward on R108 with me. Great little portable. You know what? Get yourself I don't know what else. Do you have any other radios with you, Andrew? Because in Colombia, there are a lot of low power shortwave tropical banders there. They're not heard here in North America much, but there are like a few hundred watts tropical band stations. I know someone that went to, I think it was Peru, telling me the tropical band is full of stations. They're all very low powered, only heard in the vicinity there of the different little countries of South America. And he says it's sad because when you get out and come back to North America, he says you don't hear them anymore. And 3WR, Hammer Helmer, nice to have you here. I sent you a few files. Enjoy. Oh, okay. Okay, I'll check that out. Check that out. Oh, I like that. Well, that's cool. I'll check that out, man. Pretty cool. Okay. Let's continue here. Matt says he's a real Halloween cat. Yep. Bob Den Geek, nice to have you here. Nice to have you here. The thing about amateur radio is you will there's for everybody in there, and if not, you know what? Do your thing. Do your thing. And if you don't want to talk, there's digital modes. And, you know. Robert Thompson, I'm going to take your advice. My Reticus V115 will be going on the road trips with me. I may even make a video if I get some shortwave radio stations. Basel Records, Radio Nacional Amazon usually comes in well, even when propagation is lousy. And is Julia correct? A radio is essential to the emergency kit. Yep. John Hallquist. Nice to have you here. And Joe, my brother just became a 46er. So sad about Mr. DeFore, even with experience, the mountains will take you. Very, very tough up there. Yep. Yep. You know, it's you gotta, the first thing I taught is never do that alone. You do that at least with another friend that is good enough to help you out. Because alone, you don't know what can happen. You know, I thought when he disappeared, and the first thing I thought was, could it be a bear? Did he get, you know, in a bad rap with a bear? It could have been. But accident happens very easily. You know, when I was younger and my dad had the shack, I would go swimming in a river. It's the La Rivière Rouge, the Red River, if you want to, in English. That river is, in most parts, not very deep, but the current is very strong. And I was with my brother, and we were playing a game where there was a tree that was falling down, and we could see that there was a way to go in between branches. So we'd go underwater into the branches. and I came out on the other side because I just followed. My brother's bathing suit got caught in the branch. So my brother was like not coming. And I was like, what's happening? Is he stuck somewhere under? And I mean, at the last minute it came out and he was like out of breath. His bathing suit was caught in a branch, and the problem is the pressure of the current was so strong he couldn't get it off the branch. He could have drowned there. You know, in nature, you don't do stupid stuff. Because if you do stupid stuff, well, nature's going to win over you. You got to be very, very careful. There's a few things like that. I went to the mountain next, so where we were, there was a mountain in the back. I thought, hey, I have a little stroll in the mountain. What a freaking bad idea that was. Yeah, but you know, you're a teenager. You don't realize the danger. And that area was so huge with nothing, just forest. I got up. I couldn't get down. The trees were so jam-packed. And I couldn't find any way. It was like I couldn't find how I got up, from where. And it took me a hell of a lot of time to find a path that I could actually go through. It's like, no. And I was alone. So you don't do that. You don't do that. That is dumb. Nature is not going to forgive you if you're stupid. I can tell you that. I got a few experience with that. Boswell Rector 7200 can be fun. Man. You know. RJ Dakota, are there any medium wave stations left that still use some kind of AM stereophonics? I don't know. I don't even know if there's any of them that are in stereo. Hey Sheila, nice to have you here from Ontario. Toast and love, I'm going to add 50 megahertz FT8 to use as beacon. I don't hear much on that band with my Malahite. Yeah, it could depend on the antenna also you have. Pretty cool. Mike B15770 here in Beefield, Colorado. Doesn't love. Well, I mean, for listening, I often hear some FT8 even when the band is dead. Yeah, FT8 is good for that. The band might look dead, but it actually could be very surprising what you'll hear there. RJ Dakota, can you sometimes hear 4940 and 4775? I don't know what they are. 4940 is like Colombia, Montana. It's like on the border of Colombia and Venezuela. It doesn't have to be big, Andrew, but I would definitely, if I'd go to Colombia, I'd bring, something like a Texan PL 330 or a Texan PL 368 or a Conicom GP7 SSB or something that's not too big, but that does it all, and that is actually good enough in receive, because I tell you, if you have a radio that's decent enough, the tropical bands, when you're in South America, you'll be surprised of what's out there in Spanish, Portuguese from Brazil, and of course the local dialects like Quechua and all sorts of stuff like that. There are hundreds, literally hundreds of local shortwave tropical stations there, but they're very low powered and not very well. I'd say the antennas and everything is not very well designed, so they're good for their little area. But once you get out and you get back, like in North America or whatever, we don't hear them anymore. But there's apparently a lot of little stuff, interesting stuff there. So anything that I would, I don't know what you have. If you can give me a few examples of what you got that could be, that you could bring with you. But if you don't, Texan PL330 would be great. It's small, it's easy to pack and bring along. County Count GP7 or a Texan PL368. Something very small, because I know traveling you don't want something heavy. You want something that's light, but that does it all. These are great little radios for that. And those are great enough that you would do an ETM scan and it would actually bring you all the little low-powered tropical stations from South America that are still there. DL, my favorite HF contact was with a 70-plus-year-old woman who was solo sailing around the world. Wow. This is so cool. Dear Radio, Gilles, at the Vermont City Marathon, there was a guy running his 70th marathon on his 70th birthday, and it was his 50th state marathon. Wow, this is cool. They're definitely cool. Kenneth says, back from my trip just in time to hear Gilles comparing prostates. My prostate's fine for now. London 19657. I'm surprised that it lasted that long. I would say I'm pretty surprised too, with all that I did and the electricity experiments that I got electrocuted all the time. I'm almost surprised that I'm still alive today to be here doing a live show. So Pirates, let's see here. What do I hear in Pirates on the bands? Something on 6920. Something on 6935. 6920 is the best here. With some music. So 6920 is the strongest here. And something on 6935 here. Andrew Galloway, oh, you will. That over there is it I think it's gonna be strong enough for sure. Canon KW 61. I remember Boy Scout days trying to navigate my map and compass. Very hard. Tosnov, not sure if I've heard anything on 6 meters. You got to be patient when the E-skip happens. When the E-skip happens, honestly, you'll be surprised what you can hear on 6. Even SSB voice. Even FM. I've heard FM contacts on my Pro 2006 scanner when E-skip is very strong. I can tell you that. But N3WER, today's beer choice. Where's Paul? Miss seeing him. Oh, you missed him. I just brought him in about 20 minutes, half an hour ago. This one is a Labatt Blue beer, which is local beer. So Matt says, nice thing about the PL368 is that you can carry it in your pocket, so it's easy to access when you want to hear what's there to listen to. Absolutely. It's a great portable for that. Absolutely. Okay, Andrew's got a Texan PL310, I guess. And Eton Grunting Traveler. Okay, you need something. If you're going to Colombia, do get yourself something like PL368, like Matt is saying. Get that, and it will be your companion for the trip. That will be the best companion for your trip, actually. You'll be able to see what's on the bands, and if ever you can have single sideband listening, because it's part of the radio. But the PL368 would be an amazingly good travel companion to Colombia, honestly. I think you should. I think you should. So, yep. That's pretty good. Hey, Mad Radio, N3WER, ham radio Elmer. Here. Moderator status. Let's go. There you go. Old radios, no beer at Pop's house. Yeah, sometimes it could be complicated or not. Trevor, have you received medium wave pirates on 1710 or 1720? I've never heard a pirate on medium wave here at all. I know 1710 is one of those frequencies to monitor, but I've never had a medium wave pirate here. So, yeah. Toast and love. Well, anybody out there, you know, my take, if you want to know if there's a possibility of 6-meter opening and even FM band E-skip opening, there's a trick that I use all the time. It's really the Super Bowl channel. Go on 27025. When you hear this, when you hear this, and you see that there are other channels with skip happening on the CB band, go, if you have a scanner radio, go from 30 to 50 megahertz. Check it out. There could be some skip stuff there. And 6 meters might be open. And if 6 meters open, 50 to 54 megahertz, go on the bottom part of the FM band. There might be some FM skip there. It could be very, very, very surprising. That's the way I go. I go to channel 6, 27025, and then I'll jump to 50 megahertz, see what's there. And if 50 megahertz is open, I'll go to the FM band. And even if 50 megahertz I don't hear anything, I'll go to the bottom part of the FM band for skip, see what's all there. It's kind of interesting what could happen with that. So my first take is go on channel 6, Super Bowl channel, and check it out. Check it out. Could be very, very surprising. Keegan DXer, I was away for a bit, as one of my cousins from Wisconsin called. So take care, Keegan. Stay safe, okay? Nice to have you on board all the time. All the time. It's pretty cool to... Oh yeah, Jeff K, do. The Pro 2006 is not a dead radio, I can tell you that. Well, if we talk about portability, if you want something, the PL368 and the PL330 are almost the same type of radio in a different form factor. For the sake of having something portable going on a trip, you got a great radio there. Just get a PL368, and that's what I'd do. I would bring that with me in a trip where I can't have something too heavy, have something that is very portable. I'd bring that. I know I will hear PL368. You'll hear what there is to hear on the bands, honestly. Why bring a more expensive, bigger radio, heavier radio? No. I think that's great. I think that will be perfect, honestly. Matt, if you want to see if 6 meters open, I go to the FTA channel 5313 because I don't have a scanner. Guaranteed if the band is open, people are using FTA though, for sure. For sure. Absolutely. Absolutely. The Panasonic RF3100. Panasonic, let me just see what that was. Oh, wow. Oh, wow. Yeah, I'm a human. It's all right. These are nice vintage radios. It has a good grade on Hamnet, eHamnet. It has a pretty good grade. And you know, you got to expect one thing. You know, these radios, okay? They're cool, they look cool, they perform okay, but never think that one of those radios performs like today's radios. You know, if you go for one, it's nostalgia, it's I want to have one of those and I'm happy and it's great. And you know what? That's what you should go for. Just like my Panasonic RFB 300, I'm happy. I'm okay. You know. So, it's a lot of those. This is where it's interesting because the old radios, I see it all the time when somebody says, well, I want to buy an old radio, not a Chinese radio from today. It's like, whatever. But I'm sorry. Those Chinese radios from today are, for the most part, so much better than those radios from the time. That's life. That's the way it is. You know, I offend. There's so many people offended when every time I say that. Oh, you know, it's like no. You don't understand. Especially if you don't own some of those, you have no idea what I'm talking about how these Chinese radios from Texan and so on are king of the radios of today. They are king of the radios. They would have been king of the radios in the 80s. But back in the 80s, PL680 would have cost $400, not the price it is today. We have to put things in perspective. But there are definitely some great radios from the day. They're still good today. There are radios, you know, somebody asked me this week in an email, you know, I look at all the stuff that you're talking about and the radios you have. You know, is it time I move on from my Sony ICF 2010? And I said, absolutely not. You won't get anything on a new radio today that you can't get with the Sony ICF 2010. It's a great radio. You know, it's more of I want to have a new radio. Arctic Circle, nice to have you on board from Bengen Arctic Circle Village, 66 degrees North Sweden. Wow, this is so cool. But have fun with it and be happy. You know, I mean, there's some great stuff in there, and it's just so cool. Mike WX50 likes this RF 4900 from Panasonic. Robert Thompson, I ordered a Texan PL330 because the reviews and because it carries a BL5C battery. I have a couple of those batteries, having 7 of them fully charged and in rotation. That's good. You know. How is it on medium wave? I don't know. Okay, Michael, Texan PL990 is great. Yep. Like WX50 Panasonic RF 4900 still receives pretty darn well. Though the purchase was, a lot of that is, you know, Mike, that is exactly my Panasonic RF B300 is you know, definitely, yeah. And but still, you know what? It's fun to play with, and it's nostalgia because I had that as a teenager, and it's mostly why I got it, you know, because it's not that great, but I have fun playing with it. That's all. You know, it's okay. It's okay. I think, you know, that's what drives a lot of the prices up. Who buys a lot of those radios? Yeah, people that you know are in nostalgia. You know, it's one of those moments where you think about something from the past and you're like, yeah, you know, if I would see a Radio Shack DX302 and at a very, very decent price, I would probably go for it. Even though I know it ain't that best of a radio. But I had it, I owned it. It was my main receiver after the DX100 for a long time, you know? And, I mean, it was just great. Andrew Galloway, I just ordered a Texan S2200X for the trip. Yeah, that is a lightweight radio to bring along in Colombia. So you ordered, yeah, it's going to be perfect. You're going to like it. The ETM scan is great. It's a great feature to just scan and find out what's on the broadcast bands. And I think it's one of the best choices. Very portable and really great. Jaywind, I think modern tech rather than place manufacturer is why we have good and affordable radios. So yeah, well, definitely, you know, as the technology gets more advanced, it's not necessarily, like you say, a place of where it's built. It's more of today's tech. Today's tech is today's tech. You know. Paradoxical Cat. Are BL5C batteries good? Never heard of them before shopping portable radios recently. So BL5C batteries have a long history. They come from smartphones. A lot of smartphones used BL5C batteries to power the phone. Because they're small and they are in a lot of small portables, because the portables the portables are so small, there's no place for AA batteries or any type of modern of batteries we used all the time. So they started using things like the BL5C. They're not the best. Honestly, it isn't the best to power a radio with BL5C. But if you buy radios, you do what I do here. I've got a box here with 10 BL5Cs in them. And I just rotate the BL5Cs. I've got 3 chargers, 4 BL5Cs, thanks to CountyCom that has these chargers. And I keep them charged all the time, so I'm never going to, you know, miss out on a BL5C battery on a radio if I need to. Oh, Mike WX50, it's definitely very different. Actually, I would have loved to have an SDR Play device in the 80s when I started. Just imagining all that would have been out there. Oh, man. Oh, man. Kenneth, Joe, in my case, I buy those radios I drooled over when they were new but could not afford at the time. Definitely, that's also another reason. I mean, how many radios I look at today from the past that I was 15, 16, I didn't have the money to buy them. I just didn't have the money to buy them. thanks to this, thanks to even, companies that just like, an Onco saying, yep, we're going to send you a free radio. I would never have dreamed of having so many radios to test, to play with. If I had these radios in the 80s, I would have done a seizure or something, a heart attack. Because it's like, oh God, too many radios. It's overload. And today I'm lucky to have all of that to test out and play with. It's just mind-boggling when you think about it. If in 1982, all I could think about is I can't afford a radio that has a digital display. Then I got the DX302. I can't afford anything better. Then I got my first full-time job, and it was like, okay, I can't afford a Kenwood R5000 for the first time in my life, which is still here in the back. I should put it in the limelight. It was my DX machine for years. And the radios were expensive back in the day. It wasn't like today. Today, when somebody tells me, well, I find that, $100 for a PL330 is kind of expensive. Get out of here. The technology that's in there would have cost you $500-600 in the 1980s. Which, by the way, comes up to what? $1,500, $2,000 in 2025? No, it's not expensive. I understand the term, and I understand the notion of something expensive depending on our unfortunate, in this world we live in, status level of, our work, our salary, and everything. But no, it's not expensive. When you look at what we had in the day, that was a lot less interesting as a radio, and a lot more expensive as a radio. Paradoxical Cat, the Texan EN 4800 loop antenna is very good. We're towing, I'm not in that. It's very good. I'd rather have an MLA 30, honestly. Kevin Michael, I had the DX300 back in the 80s. Yep. Our RT08, yep. Nokia phone batteries. Yep. Tick Circle, yeah, the noise reduction is kind of interesting on these radios, absolutely. Oh, man. Old radios, glad to own a S2200X. Great radio. Great radio. Ken Michael wanted a Patrol 9 when I was at grade school in the 70s. Oh, man. Pretty crazy, eh? Yacht Boy. I had the Yacht Boy. That's another one that I wish I'd never departed from. The Yacht Boy 400. Man. Oh, God. Kenneth K61 says, I would love to have the computers of today back in the 80s power the SER play. Imagine what we would see on that waterfall. We wouldn't even know where to click because there would be too many things. We would be overloaded on the screen. I can tell you that. Overloaded on the screen. Oh, man. So we're going to do a last call for donations through the Super Chat right here or through PayPal if you want to donate for the Pizza Fund. And you did see Paul the Cat treats. The email is here coming up to you guys. We're going to give it a few minutes. I'm going to go pee. We're going to continue doing a little more. And we're going to do a drawing of 2 Canadian International DS Club memberships to all those that donated. We're at 32 names. Come on, add your name. Donation through Super Chat. You never donated before through PayPal. You know what? It helps me out tremendously, and it's great. Henry Gonzalez says hello from Texas. Thank you so much for being here. Says hello through the email. So thanks so much. And thanks you, David Newmeyer, for donations. Much appreciated. And I'm going to go pee. And we're going to continue a little more. Don't worry. We're not at the end of the show. Okay? I'm going to continue a little more. I might be ordering pizza or something. We'll be checking that out in a few seconds. But thanks, guys, for your donations. It helps tremendously. And it is much appreciated. So I'm going to go pee. I'm going to go check on everything, if everything is all right with my caregiving duties, because I do have to take care of someone at the same time that I do this show. And we're going to come back and do the drawing also and see what's out there to listen to. We're getting to 0 hours UTC soon. How about we check out what's out there on the bands in a few seconds, and that's going to be pretty cool. It's nice to have all of you here. I want to thank you guys. So, okay. Back in a few seconds, guys. I'm just going to mute the mic. So hey guys, as you see, Paul the cat has stolen my chair. So he's like here. I'm gonna try to do a little maneuver here, and so he's decided that. Let me just put it here. Let's see if we can find a better position for the camera that's stuck here, so that you guys can see Paul. So Paul is a star. I know. I'm only here because I'm, I have to. Paul the cat asked me to be here all the time. So he's cleaning himself right now. So skip on channel 6 of the CB bands. Leaking and Morse code, that might be. The pizza is ordered. Actually, I took a lasagna tonight rather than a pizza. So it's going to be a lasagna for lunch. I'm just a speaker of the house. Paul votes for everything. I mean, I got no power of decision. Stormtrooper 88, nice to have you here. Thanks for the super chat, Endines. First ever. Well, you know what? There's a first for everything, and I thank you so much. Thank you so much for that. It's much appreciated. Yeah, power bank, absolutely. Robert Thompson is very, very good to have in many cases, because you know what? You can also power a lot of the radios that come with like BF5C or 18650 batteries. You can actually charge them with a power bank too, which is great, Cat control, yeah. Arctic Circle can see northern lights due to light all day. Yeah, over there must be 24 hours now. It's like, Paul's taking over the show. Yep. And 3WER around Radio Elmer says, Paul is like my dog, takes the whole bed. Oh, pretty much. Yeah, I know Paul, he needs its own channel, London. Maybe I'd be rich if Paul had his own channel, actually. We'd be living in a mansion. Paul's mansion, of course. He likes the, it comes with pepperoni, and I know he's going to ask me for pepperoni, because he loves pepperoni. So, That's quite alright, Robert Thompson. A great big picture of tea. Sounds good. It's good for the health, too. Hammer Elmer beer of choice today is a Keystone, since I'm in Pennsylvania. Paul is wideband. Very wideband. Absolutely. Look at that. He doesn't complain. It's like, yep, I've got the chair now. You ain't getting it back at all. He's looking at the radios. He's like, yeah, what am I going to do? What should I do? Yeah. Look at that kitty here. Hey? A little kitty here. Yeah. Yeah, I know. I like you too. I like you too. I love you, babe. Yeah. There you go. Cats. Cats. Just incredible. That is the funniest thing. It's like they turn around, they do like 360 degrees before it's like, okay, this is the perfect position. Oh man. Oh, he's calling me. You should have seen that. It was like a little meow that's barely perceptible, but I know that means, I want you to scratch me a little more. Paw the cat. Yeah, little Paw the cat. Yeah. Just so cute as a kitty. A kitty, a big cat actually. Yeah. I was wondering, because I'm talking, so he's like, well, who are you talking to exactly? Who are you talking to? Oh, London. Really? And Dines is your wife. Okay, wow, cool. Nice to have you both here. Pretty cool. Might be my German Shepherd does a few circles before she lays down. Yeah, I guess it's, I don't know. They're kind of just looking around, and I like, Paul has this interesting way of getting up in bed and then analyzing what's the best we can cuddle together to sleep position. And it takes 5, 10, 15 minutes sometimes. But he just looks around and says, okay, this is the best we can cuddle together position for the night. It's just so funny. But, Paul is an amazing cat. And if there could be such a thing, and I think there is such a thing as cat human love, that's Paul the cat. It's like his human is everything in the world, and it's just really cute. Hey, John Vargas, thank you for the donation, much appreciated. And oh yeah, 27025, the channel 6 is just amazing. 6913 is not a ham. It has to be a pirate radio station, I can tell you that. Or if they're talking, it could be fishermen. Because amateur band goes to 7,000 and up. And Stormtrooper 88, Paul is, so I don't know exact age, but in 2 weeks from now, in June, around June 14th-ish, Paul will have been here for 10 years now. So Paul is 10 years here, and I estimate that he might have been about 2 years old when I got him. So I put his age at 12 years. 12 years. And he's still active. He goes outside, and he goes down the stairs, up the stairs. He's fat, but he's active. The vet told me if he goes outside and still does stuff, even he's big, it's better if you can get him a little, smaller. But he goes outside, he still goes to the neighbors' yards and so on. He's in good shape. He's okay, But he is a big cat. He is a pretty big cat. And he's my beautiful cat. And I know one thing, and I don't want to see this coming soon. I will cry my heart out the day he's going to die. And that I know. That I know. And I don't want that to happen. And his hubby has been listening to you for months after months. Finally, it caught on me, and I'm a big fan, but a total newbie. So you know what? That's cool. This actually is fantastic because knowing that a couple together are watching, and one has been a radio listener maybe for a long time, and the other one is like all new to all of this, and it's just cool. I think you guys are gonna last a long, 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 long time. It's just so cool. Justin S says about the same age as my orange boy. Robert Thompson, yes, Paul has made a special appearance. Stole my chair. Now I'm, sitting on this really straight chair that's uncomfortable, but I gotta deal with it. Paul asked to have the comfortable chair. So I'm gonna do the drawing, guys. Unless somebody gives a donation that has never been registered before. I will add Endines, which is the first donation ever everywhere, and of course is not on the list. So I'm going to do this here, and we have a total right now of 35 names for a Canadian International DX Club membership, which includes being part of a radio club, which includes getting a monthly bulletin called a messenger, and which includes getting a Zoom meeting every month. And it's great publication. It's fun to be part of a club. Matt says, I think we'll all be sad when that happens. Mignon's passing made me sad. Oh man, that made me sad. And I mean, she was a kind of a abandoned cat. She had nowhere to go. And everybody's telling me, well, take the good times. You gave her a good time in her last few years, but I think what made it hard is that Mignon, I saw her die in front of me, and it's one of those things that you just there's nothing you can do. You see, and I saw her in panic, looking at me like, "Help me!" There's nothing I can do. There's nothing, and it wasn't long, but it was long enough. There was like something you don't want to see, and she died. It took, I don't know, 5 minutes total, and she was dead. But it's still something you don't want to see. You don't want that to be. And I was like, it made me so sad. But in a very funny and positive thing about Mignon is that I got her incinerated, and I decided to put her ashes in the neighbor's yard where she was always, and a little bit on my yard because she would be in here sometimes. And I thought, well, she'll be forever in this area. So the house got sold, and the new neighbors made a garden, and but they had, in that garden at some point last August, some tomatoes, and a lot of Mignon's ashes were in that area where the garden is, and every time I would see them eat or pick tomatoes, I was like, well, there's a little bit of Mignon in the tomatoes, I can tell you that. But yeah, that was sad. And I'll do the same with Paul. I mean, he's been living here forever. If when he dies, I'll incinerate, and I'll put the ashes in the backyard, put the ashes in the neighbor's backyard, without them knowing. I don't care. I'll do it at night at 3 in the morning if I have to. But this is where he was born. This is where you know, his life was. This is where he was happy. And so it'll be part of it. Huh, Paul? He understands what I'm saying. Yeah. Yeah. You and me? Yeah. You and me. Yeah. Look at that cat. Look how beautiful that is. So, you know. Oh, Paul is like my kid. It's like, you know, it's gonna be, that's the way it's gonna be. Oh yeah, Paul is happy. Paul is always asking for my present. This is like, I call him a dog cat. You know, dogs are so happy when they are with, you know, their owners all the time. Well, this is a dog cat. Paul, the more time he can spend with me, if, you know, I got to be careful when I go somewhere, because he wants to follow me everywhere I go. This cat is like, I want to be with you all the time. I want to be with you everywhere you go. It's just so incredible. So incredible. Yeah, it is incredible. Hey, Paul? Oui, je t'aime, Paul. Oui, je t'aime. It's probably a French language cat because, you know. So, you know, Richard Wagner, so Mignon loved Paul terribly. Mignon would go in the house when she was outside for a long time. First thing she did would go up to Paul and bump her head saying, hey, I love you, I'm happy to see you. And it wasn't always beautiful inside the house sometimes, but, you know, in general they were okay. And I remember when Mignon passed away, Paul did something I had never seen before. He went outside in the backyard and he was looking at the neighbor's yard where Mignon was most of the time. And I would hear him meow, which I never heard him meow outside. He would meow loudly. And you know what I thought is, are you calling Mignon? Are you kind of, you know, saying, where are you? I usually see you all the time. And it made me reflect on that. It was like, are you calling Mignon? Is it something you're doing, calling Mignon right now? And you know, 'cause you miss her or something? I'll never know, because, you know, I'm not in the cat's head, so I don't know what the cat's thinking. But man, that made me think a lot. I was like, wow. And he had never done that, and he did that a long time, actually. He did that for several weeks, as if he was just looking for, where are you? I don't see you anymore. So, hey guys, it's time for the drawing. I got all the names, and the drawing is going to be I'm just going to point my finger at a name on the page that I got here, which is 36 names. And I will need your emails once I point to your names to see who wins two of the CIDX memberships tonight. If you're already a member, you will be extended 1 year. So here we go. I'm not looking. Paul the cat. Yeah, this is okay? Yeah, okay. And I've got Catherine Tedesco. Are you still here in the chat? Catherine Tedesco, you are number one winner tonight. I'm going to put the name and CIDX next to it. Are you in the chat? If you're not, send me an email, say hello. Catherine Tedesco, first winner of a CIDX membership. Now, number 2. Oh, Kathy, she's there. So, I need your email. It's very important. You are going to be a 1-year subscriber, Kathy C. Number two. Next winner is Andrew Galloway. Andrew Galloway. You are number 2. So we've got our 2 winners tonight of CIDX memberships. I want to thank the Canadian International DX Club and Sheldon Harvey for this opportunity. So, Kathy, I'll be sending all the info. I'm going to check if I have your email. If I don't, what would be cool for you to do is to send me emails. Andrew, I never win anything. So send me your emails, guys. Official Shortwave Radio at gmail.com, and I'll be back in 2 seconds because the bell is ringing. I need to go pay for pizza, for my lasagna and food. So, just to show you guys, this is my lasagna. It's just arrived. Thank you so much for the donations for that. So like I was saying, send me your emails at the official Shortwave email that I told you there. Probably tomorrow or the next day you'll have the May version. But you will start your membership with the June edition, which should be out next week, somewhere in the first. Usually, the messenger bulletin is out in the first 10 days of the month. And congratulations, guys! And thank you also so much for your donations. So, where are my anchovies? Says London. So. Now he's curious because he wants to know what's in that food bag. Paul has a question. Yeah. Mike just resubscribed to CIDX for the past week. It's a nice little bulletin. And do join us in the Zoom meetings, guys, when they are happening every month too. And don't forget, it's not just a publication. You're part of a club. So congratulations to the winner, Andrew. And Kathy, it's really, really cool to have you part of the club. And so your emails are going up to Sheldon Harvey for the... so you get a full 1-year membership, guys. It's pretty cool. So, I'm going to say goodbye for tonight. Thank you guys for being here. It was really, really cool. I hope you enjoyed seeing Paul the Cat tonight. I think you did. I think Paul's more popular than me anyways. And stay safe. See you next Saturday. I can't believe we are in June next Saturday. But yep, we are. So thanks so much for being here. Love you all. Here's a little face-to-face with Paul the cat. Here you go. Paul the cat saying hi. Hey, Paul. Yeah. You're the one that they love. Huh? How about that? How about that? Paul the cat. Yeah, Paul the cat. Look at that. Look at that face. Look at that little face. Huh? Oh, baby. So thanks, guys. See you next week as we are being June. Love you all. Stay safe. Okay? Do take care of yourselves. Want to see you next week.